The meeting of the regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for Monday, November 8, 2021 is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Coughlin.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Berzins.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz. Councilmember Hiltz. Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
And Councilmember Murillo. Councilmember Murillo. There's a quorum.
Announcement of the public call-in line.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. The City Council welcomes feedback from residents at council meetings on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475, and when connected, press *3 to get in the queue. Don't forget to press the star. You will hear a prompt confirming you are in line to speak to an operator, and then be able to continue listening to the meeting until the operator comes on to take down your name and the agenda item you wish to speak on. Residents who would like to speak for public invited to be heard or on a specific agenda item and have not already been screened, please press *3 to sign up before the item is called by the clerk. If you've already spoken to the operator, you do not need to press *3 again. Callers who do not sign up for public invited to be heard prior to it being called by the clerk may still press *3 to sign up to speak on non-agenda items at the end of the meeting. As a reminder, we will not allow comments about any items on the agenda during public invited to be heard.
El Consejo Municipal invita a todos los residentes a dar su opinión en estas reuniones municipales, tanto en los asuntos que aparecen en la agenda como en la sección de invitación al público a ser escuchado. Por favor, llamar al 1877-820-7831 y al conectarse marque la clave 254610, signo de numeral, para tomar su lugar en fila para ser escuchado. La operadora tomará su nombre y el asunto de agenda del cual usted quiere comentar y lo o la pondrá en espera de su turno. Antes de ser llamado por ella, la secretaria municipal, las personas que llamen necesitarán registrarse en la sección Invitación al público a ser escuchado o elegir comentar en un tema específico de la agenda. Dependiendo del volumen de llamadas, puede ser que tome tiempo conectarlo a una operadora. Así que por favor tenga paciencia y manténgase conectado en línea. Gracias.
Invocation. Please take an attitude of prayer. O Lord, our God and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you would look upon this particular gathering tonight to keep us safe and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable citizens, industry, sound education, and good government. Unite our community together, even though we come from different backgrounds. We pray that there be justice and peace in our city. Give the city council and citizens the wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and proceedings before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the help of the community. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
During the executive, one second. Executive session update. During the executive session, we had legal advice, discussed 2 property transactions, and did 3 council appointee evaluations. Approval of the minutes from August 23rd, 2021. A motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Burzins.
thank you. Move to approve the August 23rd, 2021 minutes.
It's been moved by Councilmember Burzins, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to approve the meeting minutes from August 23, 2021. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the meeting minutes from August 23rd, 2021?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Coons,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve the August 23rd, 2021 minutes.
Public invited to be heard?
Mayor, we do have one individual in the line.
Please proceed.
Susan, if you're up for public invited.
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Susan Tabachek, and I'm here with my daughter, Tanya Tabachek, also, because I have no confidence in the police system any longer, and I do not feel safe here in Aurora. My car was parked out in front of my house. A car ran into it head on. It was on the street, and a guy flew up on top of the hood and then flew up on my hood. And I called the police right away. The neighbor called the police, never showed up until 6 hours later. If they would have showed up, I would not be paying $500 deductible. I have no confidence. I think it's chaos. I see some accidents haven't got 10 million cops showing up. And that's not all. The other thing is that I want to address is my family's church called Living Waters that's on 6th Avenue requested the chief of police come on Law Day. She called just the day before and said her knee hurts. She didn't send anybody as a representative. And as you all know, that doesn't hurt. If you can't make it, you send somebody. I have no confidence in this woman. And the third thing is, and this is sad, I heard the street racing at my house on Kenton Street. It was severe. And last night I took pictures. I called Channel 7. I called Channel 9 because there were 50 cars facing each other with the headlights on, sitting in the Concord parking lot Sunday night at 10 p.m. I had a car pull up to me, and my daughter rolled down the window because she did, and she said, "You're not allowed here." I'm like, and then we were sitting on Alameda. 2 cars drove up on each side of us and took off. And what you know, here comes a cop car going the other way, didn't even do anything about it. I think we need to get rid of, my personal opinion is somebody really needs to take a look at what she's doing. I believe maybe somebody has stuff on her that she can't run the police department correctly. Maybe this is not her bag. I would like to see maybe somebody from Chicago or New York. I would like to take Aurora back to I'm a Colorado native. Aurora has gone to pot. I'm not the only one that feels this way. If you go on Neighbors app, you will see how many
Susan, we need you to wrap up your comments.
Okay, you will go on Neighbors Watch. You will see there are people that have no confidence in the police department. I love the police. I went to Citizens Police Academy. I don't know what happened. She's untouchable. You can't even talk to her. Thank you for listening to me, and you all have a great night. Thank you.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, who is this?
Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins.
Yes, thank you. I know Ms. Tabachek, and I believe she lives in Ward 1. Could we have someone contact her and maybe look into this?
Very well, and I'll follow up with Katie, our city clerk, tomorrow. Adoption of the. I need a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
So moved.
So moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen for the adoption of the agenda. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, with the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the agenda?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve the agenda.
Um, a motion to approve or to adopt the consent calendar items number 10A through 10G.
Mayor?
Councilmember Marcano.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by,
Second.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Lawson, is it?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson to adopt the consent calendar item number 10A through 10G. Discussion, excuse me, discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, I'd like to pull 10B, please.
Oh, very well. Then the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A and 10C through 10G. That's 10B, correct, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion on the adoption of the consent calendar as amended? Seeing none, then the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A and then 10C through 10G. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve the consent calendar with item 10B removed.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 10B?
I'm sorry, Mayor, we removed 10B, is that correct?
B is in
No, we did not. So it was 10A and then 10C through G. The Mayor Pro Tem took out item number 10B, so we will vote on that separately.
I'm sorry, 10B as in boy.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's, sorry, okay, thank you. 10B is consideration to award a sole source contract to the People's Group LLC, Denver, Colorado, in the amount of $65,000 for events facility coordinator services for the People's Building through December 2022.
Motion?
Oh.
I'm sorry, a brief staff presentation, then motion, then discussion.
Yes, good evening, council members. The item number 10B is a contract with the
Those just lost.
No, it's okay, I'm back. The People's Group LLC. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Council member? To act as a facility coordinator for the People's Building through December of 2022. We've been very, very successful. We've been using this business. I believe most of you know Aaron Vega, who is the owner of the People's Building Group, who established this to help us run and curate the People's Building. We are pleased to report that for next year, the People's Building is fully booked. We are looking forward to expanding services in this group, and we've been pretty successful, and as has been our our practice. We are using funds that have not been spent in this year to fund that contract.
Motion?
Do I ask a question first or just?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, let's do motion and then we'll do questions.
Well, Mayor?
Councilman Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I'll make a motion. It seems like.
I stand corrected. Go forward with the question of staff.
Thank you. So he has been under contract since, I guess for several years. My question was on the single source so we didn't go out for bid for this, right?
Originally, we interviewed a number of people who would provide those services. He established, you can see that the contract is with the People's Group LLC. And so he has, over the course of that time, been really successful in booking the facility. I think during the pandemic, he was very good at pivoting and now doing live streaming and so forth and keeping that going. And so at this point, he knows how to run the facility, and there's not really another company that does specifically what he does.
Yeah, and I guess I don't have any issue with him running it. My question was really more about the single source and just making sure that we were following the purchasing protocol in terms of putting it out for bid. But
right, and we did that originally, and over the course of the years that he's been doing it, he's developed a company and an expertise that makes him a very unique sole source provider.
Okay, thank you so much.
Further questions of staff? Seeing none, motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve 10B.
That's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by? Seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 10B. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10B. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Coons,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve item 10B.
Okay, now please read the title to item number 11A.
Item 11A is Resolution 2021-125, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council's support of the First Amendment to an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Aurora, Colorado, acting by and through its utility enterprise, and the City and County of Denver regarding the Gateway Lift Station.
A brief presentation. A brief presentation by staff.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Katie, would you mind turning on my ability to share so I can just bring a map up? It'll help this a little. Great, thank you. Okay, and can you see the map? Yeah, great. Okay, so in 2017, we did a study with Metro Wastewater, the City and County of Denver, Adams County, Commerce City, and Brighton to identify the best way to handle future wastewater flows in this area. So from Aurora, Adams County, Northeast Denver, and the Denver International Airport. Based on that study, we were looking at the existing treatment plant with Metro that's along 270 just south of Commerce City, as well as the northern treatment plant that's up by Brighton. It was determined that the most cost-effective solution was to send all of this wastewater up to Metro's northern treatment facility. And that would happen via a Second Creek interceptor that will kind of wind its way along here. At the time that was being done was right around the time that Gaylord was coming to town. And when Gaylord came online, originally the wastewater from this area was conveyed via a lift station that actually brings it back to 56th Avenue in a Denver interceptor. But the ultimate solution was going to be, or is going to be, a wastewater interceptor that kind of goes along this alignment and then continues to head north towards Brighton. With Gaylord coming in, there was a chance we were going to have to upsize this High Point lift station to the tune of about $14 million. So instead, while we were having conversations with the city and county of Denver about this study that I had mentioned, they mentioned that they had a lift station just downstream that had extra capacity. So instead of doing improvements to this lift station that would eventually be thrown away, instead we worked closely with Denver and then built an interceptor to their lift station. That's again part of the ultimate solution. But the agreement was to lease capacity out of their lift station. Part of that agreement included a number of capacity expansion projects to that lift station in case they were needed, all of which would be much less expensive than having to expand our own lift station. However, in the last couple of years, what they've come to realize is that the capacity of that lift station was less than they thought that it would be. And so they would like to update the agreement to reflect the reductions in the capacity for those improvements. We have been monitoring the wastewater flow from the northeast Aurora area, as well as the construction of the rest of the interceptor that's going to be heading to Brighton really closely. And therefore we feel comfortable with not only the reductions in the existing capacity, but that the improvement projects will stay ahead of our needs up there.
Motion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Move to approve 11A.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 11A. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11A?
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve resolution 2021-125.
Please read the title to item number 11B.
Item 11B is resolution 2021-126, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Aurora, South Metro Fire Rescue Fire Protection District, City of Sheridan, West Douglas Fire Protection District, Jackson 105 Fire Protection District, and Bennett Fire Protection District number 7 regarding the Regional Fire Code Board of Appeals.
Motion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Move to approve 11B.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins to approve item number 11B. Brief presentation by staff.
Mayor, my name is Steve Wright. I'm commander with Aurora Fire. We did a more in-depth presentation a couple weeks ago to council. This is basically just an agreement between other municipalities for Aurora citizens to be able to appeal any fire code violations. I can take any questions if necessary.
Questions of staff or discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11B. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-126.
Item number 11C.
Item 11C is Resolution 2021-127, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, authorizing a defined benefit plan option and related changes to implement such option.
Presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Terry Velasquez, Finance Director. This item provides for a resolution authorizing the police defined benefit plan option and the related documents to implement this pension plan. This process began approximately 2 years ago at a City Council winter workshop where you authorized us to begin the development of this plan. With your approval this evening, this plan will go in place January 1st, 2022. And we have team members who can answer any specific questions. We did provide an in-depth overview a week ago at study session. Thank you.
Motion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Move to approve 11C.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Persons.
Councilmember Bozins to approve item number 11C. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11C?
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-127.
6:57. Time is now 6:57. Council will stand in recess until 7:02. Council is now in recess. To give staff the opportunity to do another announcement for the public call-in line.
Residents who would like to speak on an ordinance and have not already been screened, please press *3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475 to be connected and then press *3. Council is taking a short 5-minute break to allow for any additional speakers to sign up. Please be patient and stay on the line until an operator can take down your information. As long as you heard the prompt after pressing *3 and can still hear either music hold or the meeting in progress, you are in line to speak to an operator. Please note that tonight is an extremely busy meeting with many people signed up for public comment. The queue is full. Therefore, we will be unable to screen more until the callers start to speak and the positions open. So just stay on the line and we will get you screened as soon as possible. Thank you.
The regular meeting for the Aurora City Council for Monday, November 8th is called back into order. Will the clerk please read the title to item number 14A?
Item 14A is introduction of ordinance 2021-60, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending section 5037 of the City Code of the City of Aurora, Colorado, relating to municipal court surcharges, providing funding for community service agencies and programs, and other related matters.
Brief presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Jason Batchelor. About a year ago, we came to council and council approved major changes to the municipal court surcharge allocation in terms of how we did that. At the time when we presented that, there was an incorrect ordinance that was attached as the backup. And so the ordinance did not reflect the information that we have presented to council on and that we believe council approved based on the staff presentations. The ordinance that's attached tonight would correct the city code to reflect the information that was provided to council when council made that decision. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
What's the motion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Ricano.
Thank you, sir. Move to approve 14A.
Moved by Councilmember Ricano, seconded by?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 14A. Discussion? Questions of staff?
Mayor?
Dave Gruber.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you.
Dave Gruber.
Yes, I had a question on, I know it was to make a correction. However, maybe I'm seeing this wrong in the chart that's attached in our backup, but the problem solving court had 950 and now has 15. And then the victim assistance has 15 down to 23, but I thought I read it was from 25 reduced to 2350. And then the public safety agencies 1050 looks like a new ad. But you guys said it was approved a year ago. So it just, maybe the chart that's attached with the ordinance, is that the latest ordinance?
I'll see if Hans could perhaps comment on the ordinance and the chart that's in there. Again, I think you're correct that the intent there is to not increase the overall total of the surcharge. It was to remain at the $50, and then it did reallocate within that. The correction we're looking for is to both the public safety assistance agencies, which used to be known as the Nexus programs, and the adjustment to the victim assistance program. And so I'll ask Hans to comment on the ordinance that's attached in the backup.
Okay, and the public safety is that's the Nexus one. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is Hans from the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Batchelor is correct. And the ordinance was exchanged with the budget department several times, so I have high confidence that we have the correct numbers there.
Okay, I'm just saying that in the backup, I thought I read that we were doing victim assistance was incorrectly put at $25 and we were reducing it to $23.50, but the chart says 15 crossed out and then the new one $23.50. Maybe we just have the wrong ordinance in there.
The ordinance is correct. Maybe it's just a matter of the wording that may not capture that correctly, but I'm quite sure that the ordinance is correct. We exchanged it like several times with the budget department. Yeah.
Okay.
Councilor,
I withdraw my question.
further questions or discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 14A?
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
The motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-60.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 14B?
Item 14B is ordinance 2021-61, introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, repealing the requirement for stable licenses.
Brief presentation by staff.
Yes, this is Trevor Vaughn, Manager of Tax and Licensing. This ordinance is proposed to remove the requirement for an additional stable license. We believe that it's not necessary as far as meeting regulatory goals. Stables will still need to have a general business license, and the animal care will still be able to enforce the ordinances relating to the care of the animals.
Motion? I'm sorry, we did that. Further questions to staff or further discussion? No, I did not do a motion. I'm sorry. Motion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve 14B?
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Coombs to approve item number 14B. Discussion or questions to staff? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14B. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-61.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 14C?
Item 14C is introduction of ordinance 2021-62, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adding a new section to the city code pertaining to alcohol beverage festival permit.
Brief presentation by staff.
Yes, this ordinance is adoption of the alcohol beverage festival permit for a local permitting process. This is a result of a change in state law last year that allowed festivals, alcohol beverage festivals, to be expanded beyond just wineries or nonprofits. Now, many places that have an on-premise liquor license, such as taverns or restaurants, can now be part of or hold an alcohol beverage festival, and this ordinance puts in place a local permitting process for that as allowed by state law.
Motion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve 14C?
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Coombs to approve item number 14C. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll of the adoption of item number 14C?
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-62.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 14D.
Item 14D is introduction of ordinance 2021-63, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending Chapter 26 relating to the sales of lodging in private residences.
Motion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. Move to approve 14D.
It's been moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by Councilmember Gruber to approve item number 14D. Discussion?
Mayor?
I'm sorry, did we get, for brief presentation by staff on 14D?
Sure. This ordinance is further advancing the policy laid out by council about 5 years ago with regards to regulation of short-term rentals, mainly dealing with ensuring that the short-term rentals are a primary residence for somebody there, and improving enforcement and efficiency of that enforcement through some changes in regulations, including requiring booking platforms to only post licensed short-term rentals, and then also to respond to situations where that is obviously not the person's primary residence. Also codifying some of the regulations that were enforced through the zoning code into business regulations to make it a little bit more efficient to enforce.
Okay, we've already had a motion and a second. Discussions or questions of staff?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Trevor, could you just, I know there was a concern raised by the Business Advisory Board and it seems like it was rectified. Could you just speak on that?
Yeah, the question, and that also came up in committee too, it has to deal with one of the regulations we're putting in place is 180-day limit if you're not present on the premises. So you can only engage in the short-term rental for 180 days if it's the entire property and you're not present on the premises. So if it's a partial rental, you can still do 365 days. If you have a segregated section of the home and you live in another section, you still do 365 days. It's specifically kind of another enforcement provision to deal with situations where individuals might be kind of working with their paperwork to try to fool enforcement in regards to showing that they're living at the place when they're actually not. For all intents and purposes, you know, if the majority of the year they're not there, at least the majority of the year not there, and they're renting out the entire property. This gives us kind of another tool to address those situations where and try to deal with those.
Okay, thanks very much.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14D. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
The motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-63.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 14E?
Item 14E is introduction of ordinance 2021-64, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending Article 2 of Section 130 of the City Code relating to clarifications on sales and use tax.
Brief presentation by staff.
Yes, this ordinance we believe is mostly technical in nature. We don't believe we're doing anything controversial here. This is mainly some clarifications and cleanup that we've learned through the years of administering the tax code.
Very well. This motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to approve 14E.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Marcano.
Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 14E. Discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Trevor, this doesn't change anything on, because it's telecommunications and entertainment, but is this changing anything if you're using Comcast, DirecTV versus the online streaming type of things?
Yeah, it absolutely changes nothing at all with regards to those. The issue we had in that section was it lumped pay television entertainment services in with telecom kind of as one piece of imposition. It probably wasn't structured very well when we did the standardized definitions. And some people tried to merge the two definitions into one as an argument as to why streaming media would not be taxable. But that it was taxable before and taxable after. That was just one argument where we looked at it and said, well, this could be a little bit clearer if we broke the two apart, as it is in most cities.
Okay, so if you have, for example, cable TV and you're taxed for your cable TV, you can then also be taxed for streaming as a separate, is that not double taxing?
No, because streaming would be a different service. So you'd have cable television is one thing, you pay a price for cable television. which may, they may also include some streaming options with that, but it all be included within that one price. But then you pay, for example, for Netflix. Netflix is subject for tax, but that's a separate service. So the internet service that you use to access Netflix is not subject to tax, and that won't change.
Okay, so if I have Comcast and I also subscribe to Netflix, I'm not being taxed twice.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14E. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
And Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
That motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-64.
I've been informed by our city clerk that we can take items 15A, 15I, and 15K that all passed unanimously procedurally as we would do the consent calendar. Just want to confirm that with you, with the city clerk.
Yes, that's correct. Items 15A through 15I and 15K passed unanimously at the first reading, so they can be voted upon as a single item according to the council rules. So it'll be very similar to how the consent calendar is done. And then item 15J did not pass unanimously, so it would need to be voted on separately.
I need a motion to approve or to adopt item number 15A through 59 and 15K.
Mayor, so moved. Gardner.
Okay. It's moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Marcano.
Councilmember Gruber to adopt items number 15A through 15I, and 15K. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, excuse me, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 15A through 15I and 15K?
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
And Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
The motion passes to approve items 15A through I and 15K.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 15J.
Item number 15J is ordinance 2021-57, an ordinance amending certain sections of chapter 138 of the city code of the city of Aurora, Colorado, relating to services for the provision of water.
Motion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. Move to approve 15J.
Moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by Councilmember Coombs to approve item number 15J. A brief presentation by staff.
Right, Mayor, Council, this is Marshall Brown. This ordinance is to increase rates and fees to keep up with cost of living or below cost of living to keep up with the increased costs of the utility. The rate increases being proposed are in the 3% range across the board, with the exception of the water connection fee, which is being proposed to increase by about 10%, and that's due to the increased cost of acquiring water in the market.
Discussion? I believe we already did the motion. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 15J?
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz, Councilmember Hiltz, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
and Councilmember Hiltz. Okay, the motion passes with 7 votes to approve ordinance 2021-57.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 16A?
Item 16A is finalizing of ordinance 2021-59, an ordinance to amend the City of Aurora zoning map by changing 2.06 acres of land within Lot 4, Block 3 of Havana Heights subdivision situated in the northwest 1/4 of Section 26, Township 4 South, Range 67 west of the principal meridian, City of Aurora, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado, from R1 low density single family district to R2 medium density district. And Mayor, we do have public invited to be heard in the queue.
Very well. Please proceed with public invited to be heard.
All right, first up is Heather Lappert. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and council members. My name is Heather Lafferty, and I am the CEO with Habitat for Humanity of Metro Denver. As you know, Aurora adopted a housing plan that prioritizes home ownership that is affordable for Aurora's essential workforce. As leaders, as you all are, who recognize Aurora's affordable housing shortage and the negative impact that that is having on the constituents that you represent, we ask that you take this unique opportunity to meet this growing need in our community by approving this R2 zoning, which is necessary to build 20 affordable for-sale homes for Aurora's essential workforce. This will help the city meet its own goals. A few things to be clear about: Habitat is about home ownership. We qualify people for an affordable mortgage, which is the first step in the process. In addition to that rigorous mortgage qualification process, homeowners must be disciplined. They save money for closing costs. They stay on budget. They must be hardworking. They each contribute 200 hours of sweat equity to help build their homes. And they must be self-reliant, which means they attend homebuyer education and financial counseling classes. Once homeowners purchase their Habitat home, they pay a monthly mortgage on a fixed 30-year loan. Now, Habitat homeowners are exactly the type of people who make Aurora this great city that it is. Healthcare workers, teachers, first responders, office professionals, childcare professionals, and retail workers. They range from young professionals to older adults and families who earn up to 80% of the area median income, which for a family of 4 is about $79,000. And the impact is significant. 2 quick stories. A young man named Dianle, he moved 8 times in his first 8 years of school. When they moved into his Habitat home, he spent high school in one place and can focus on his education. He's now at an Ivy League school on a full scholarship, doing so well. And another, Rebecca, she moved from shelters to church basements with her 6 kids, and it put her in constant survival mode. When they moved into their homes, their entire family's future changed. And today, 30 years and 3 generations later, her grandkids don't talk about whether they will go to college, only which school they will choose. And in addition to the improved educational outcomes, parents report lower cases of asthma attacks due to being in a healthy home, and everyone experiences improved mental health because of having a stable, affordable home. It's so much more than a roof and walls. It is the foundation from which we launch. So council members, tonight we're asking you to approve our R2 zoning request to help us achieve transformative, affordable home ownership for Aurora residents. A yes vote for the R2 zoning is a yes vote.
Okay, thank you, Heather. We appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. Next, we have Wendell. Wendell, you're up. Your time starts now.
It's honorable to council and mayor. I am Wendell Carnahan. Me and my wife Betty live at 2079 South Jamaica Court, directly adjacent to the Habitat for Humanity proposed multifamily R2 zone request. We do not agree with allowing the Denver ministers requesting approval for Zone 2. They have no connection or contact with Havana Heights and know nothing about us. I believe they've been prompted and requested by somebody. Betty and I are highly opposed to the zone change. Please, council, vote no on R2 zone request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Greenwald. Chris, you are up. Your time starts now.
Good evening. This is Chris Greenwald. I live at 2060 South Joliet Street, 3 houses down from the project and at the corner. I'm encouraging the entire council and mayor to, council to vote to keep R1 zoning and to not allow the higher density for an ill-conceived plan. And I'm speak along with many local actual residents, not people around the state that are calling in. That's all I had. Thank you.
Next, we have Rebecca. Rebecca W., you're next.
Hello, Mayor and Council people. My name is Rebecca. I'm a resident of Havana Heights. I just live definitely, I can see the church as we speak in the area you're talking about, and I oppose the zone change. We purchased this as a taxpayer. We purchased this property in an R1 community, and we want it to stay an R1 community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mohammed, your time starts now. You have 3 minutes. Mohammed, are you there?
Hello, I'm there. Yes.
Right,
hello?
go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the Council, City of Aurora. May Allah bless you and protect you all and your family. Please listen to the people there who lives in the community. I came from Africa and I lived here in Aurora since 1978. I went to school. My kids was born in 2059 South Jamaica Court, cross from the land that Habitat wants to build 20 high density places. I'm not opposed to Habitat for Humanity. I think they are a good company for the people. But I am opposed, very opposed, building 20 units in a small place like that, high density. Please, and I beg you to oppose and vote no. My kids are very worried about it, and I am. And we have a community, that lovable community, love each other, help each other in the snow, in the walk around, as we feel very safety. And I worked very hard to buy this house because it's an R1. I did not know this church wants to move to R2. Why? I am willing to buy the land from them if they sell it. I will have some people to buy it and build an R1. Thank you for listening to me, and may Allah bless you and bless every one of you. And please vote
have Catherine P. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I've lived in the neighborhood for 35 years, and I'm opposed to the rezoning for the following reasons. Congestion on Evans and Havana and Juliet. The traffic and the crime is out of control. Our property values will go down. Our schools will be burdened. And for safety, we have a small family neighborhood and feel that we should have a say in our neighborhood and that we should keep the same zoning as we've had for many, many years. Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Groves. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Kathy Groves, and I live at 2108 South Joliet Court and have for 42 years. I have served on more boards and associations and stuff for this city than I can begin to count in all of those years. I'm a member of Mountain View Church, and I do live inside Havana Heights. The people who say no one supports this program that lives here are wrong, and they know it. I beg you to consider getting together as a group to come together to support Habitat's request for R2 zoning on the Mountain View side. It's the right thing to do. As I hear church members talking about how horrible it's going to be, I know where most of you go to church, and it's beyond me that you can live in a city that has all these wonderful studies and plans for equitable housing and be against everything that City Council stands for. I'm really hopeful that since the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff have recommended approval, that City Council will stand up and support its own studies and plans and vote for R2 zoning. The neighbors who oppose this will suffer not one thing when this is built. They never intended to support, even with all the changes that Habitat made that they demanded. They've also been well coached. They've stopped using crime, impact on schools, property values in their statements. I'm really glad that City Council persons were not exposed to some of the nasty statements. Their opposition is economic bigotry, plain and simple. On Lansing and Kingston courts, just south of Ponderosa Elementary School, there are 10 houses on each cul-de-sac, the very number of buildings that seem to be too many in another part of the very neighborhood. I feel that our potential new neighbors are being characterized as other. I'm not sure when these homes are built, the owners will not be any different from the rest of us. And maybe that's frightening, that people who haven't had our economic privileges could be just like us. Other votes and places, other states and places in Colorado have similar successful inclusion of housing values and costs in existing neighborhood. It works. And schools need all levels of housing.
Kathy, your time is up.
So that students don't have to move.
Thank you. Next, we have Ruth DeVell. Ruth, your 3 minutes start now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Ruth DeVell, and I'm a Colorado native and have made my home in Aurora for the past 21 years. I'm speaking once again to rally your support for the Habitat for Humanity R1 and R2 zoning request. Voting yes on this issue affirms that you as the City Council are standing by and following through with your Aurora housing strategy policy recommendation. And I quote, foster a balanced and sustainable housing portfolio in Aurora. The policy also states that housing options should meet the needs of the households of diverse types, sizes, preferences, and incomes. Housing choices should include both rental and for sale homes and be located in safe, stable, and desirable neighborhoods throughout the city. And I'm going to repeat, desirable. And when I think of safe, stable, and desirable neighborhoods that are near the neighborhoods I have or currently live in, I think of Havana Heights. It is a place that I once thought would be a lovely place to live, but I've never been able to afford to buy a home there. The Community View, the Mountain View Community Homes would provide those strategic planned housing choices for households that would never be able to live in Havana Heights due to income restraints. So I thank you in advance for your support in this rezoning request and your affirmation that affordable housing is important to you. And again, I thank you for your time. Your vote is so important, and I am praying that you vote yes. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Wendy. Wendy, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, you're considering voting on a proposal on whether or not to allow a church with 2 acres of unused land to donate it to create 20 affordable homes to hardworking families. Many would consider this a win-win situation, people with a need and a group of people wanting to supply that need. Please vote yes for rezoning this piece of land. In order to come to a solution, I have a few questions for you to consider. And people before me have talked about who are considering. This is for working families earning between 60 and 80% of the average median income, typically are essential workers. I see these homes providing a vibrant and beautiful new energy to the neighborhood. I imagine children playing in the cul-de-sac and people walking their dogs. This vacant lot is available now. It's a perfect spot for families to raise their children. And if not here, where? People who want to stop this rezoning think that these families are going to come into the neighborhood and create problems. I believe these families are looking for a place to call home to raise their children in safety and comfort. When? Now is the time, and if not now, when? We can do this now with your vote. How? The groundwork has been laid, and together we, the church, Habitat for Humanity, the members of the church, the council, and the mayor can make this happen beginning tonight. In order for others to have the same opportunities we have been blessed with, someone somewhere has to step up and say, let me be the one to help. Let me be the one to give. If not, then we continue a repeating pattern of, but not in my backyard, and not by the work of my hands, and not by my sacrifice. In trusting that your vote will be yes tonight, I thank you for stepping up, saying, today we have decided to be the ones to give others the opportunities we have been blessed with. Thank you so much, and please consider voting yes.
Next, we have Reverend Wayne. Reverend Wayne, your time starts now. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. I'm Reverend Wayne Laws, an Aurora resident and the Minister of Social Justice at Mountain View United Church. At the last hearing, I ended my testimony by posing the question you just heard for this application for 20 affordable homes on vacant, underutilized lots. If not now, when? I would like to begin there tonight. If not here, then where? If not here in a neighborhood that our opponents themselves have testified is culturally and racially diverse, then where? If not here in a location next to 2 major urban thoroughfares with readily accessible public transportation, then where? If not here in this neighborhood that is a mixture of zoning and much higher density within 1,000 feet, then where? I ask you, if not here, then where? And if not now, when? Our application meets and exceeds all city requirements. A plan and rezoning application strongly recommended for approval by the City Planning and Zoning Commission. A proposal based upon an innovative model being used around the country, bringing together the faith community and nonprofits to provide much needed affordable housing to our city. A proposal that makes major safety improvements to the existing neighborhood infrastructure at no cost to the city. A plan that has significantly changed over the last 2 years based on neighborhood input. A plan built out of compromise on our part. A plan endorsed by the Cherry Creek School System, Aurora Mental Health, Children's Hospital, multiple housing and community organizations and overwhelmingly by the faith community. We identified multiple areas and goals in the 2020 Housing Strategy Plan, a strategy plan that you approved, that our proposed development aligns with and helps you satisfy. I ask you again, is this strategy plan just words on a piece of paper, or are they values that you believe will make Aurora a better place for all? We have shown you the benefits this proposal brings to the entire city, benefits to education, health and welfare, local businesses and employers, to the tax base and to the overall economy of the city. We have answered and refuted every objection raised to this project. The parking we are providing exceeds code requirements. We have shown that there are no common areas of maintenance in this development and thus no need for an HOA, which the opposition has consistently rejected, as well as even a neighborhood association for themselves. The objections being raised are those common to exclusionary zoning arguments that have been used for years to block affordable housing. They are not new or unique to this project. The choice before you tonight is one between exclusionary zoning and the values you have publicly stated. I urge you tonight to put action to your values, to not succumb to exclusionary zoning tactics, and to vote and approve this rezoning application. If not here, if not now, then where and when? Thank you.
Next, we have Elroy Kinzenberg. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. Elroy, you have 3 minutes, go ahead. Elroy, are you there? We'll move on. Next, we have John Finley. John, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and council members, and thank you for allowing our voices to be heard this evening. My name is John Finley, and I'm the president of the board at Habitat for Humanity in Metro Denver. I was introduced to Habitat 8 years ago when former President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter brought their work project to town to build and repair Habitat homes. I recall vividly watching and listening to a mother and her children emotionally explain how owning a home would transform their lives. It was relatable to me as a younger parent at the time how important it was to be able to provide a home for my own family. When that family received the keys to their new home, I couldn't help but feel grateful and at the same time wanting this for all families. I was fortunate to be asked to volunteer on the Habitat board and have had many opportunities to build homes alongside future homeowners, learning about their personal stories along the way. Over the past 8 years, I've absorbed a great deal, and a couple of things are recurring. One is that these are hardworking individuals who want the very best for their families. I've met many who are teachers, frontline workers, and those who have courageously served our country in the military. Neighbors of these deserving individuals certainly benefit by being surrounded by others with such a strong work ethic and demonstrated ability to provide a safe home for their families. Related is another theme that means a great deal to me. I typically reserve my community involvement and philanthropy to organizations that build and protect the welfare of children. Having served on a school board for 7 years and currently serving on the foundation board of a children's hospital in Aurora, it is not debatable that the children are our future. The work we put into raising our own children and lifting others when we can will dictate what the future has in store for us all. So I want to share some of the magic that happens within the walls of the Habitat homes we build. Because of the stability the home provides, Habitat children don't have to constantly change schools. They also have a safe and comfortable place to study. The results go beyond the heartwarming stories, and there are many of those. For those of you who rely more on the statistics, I want to underscore what you have already heard, that 98% of children who grow up in a Habitat Denver home graduate from high school, a rate considerably higher than both state and Aurora public school system averages, which are closer to 80%. These Habitat children are also matriculating at colleges and universities throughout Colorado and national universities, including Stanford, and as you heard earlier, one who recently received a full ride scholarship to Yale. These are the kind of children that make communities proud to call their neighbors. They go on to inspire their siblings, extended family, and schoolmates to achieve great accomplishment. This is how Habitat homeownership becomes an important building block for all of our futures. By voting in the affirmative tonight, you will play a meaningful role in continuing the success of Habitat families and their neighborhoods, something I'm sure you'll be proud of for years to come. Thank you again for allowing me to share why I feel strongly about supporting this project.
Next, we have Roberta. Roberta, you're up.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and Aurora City Council. My name is Roberta Koss. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the need for affordable housing for working families. I have lived in Aurora for 6 years in a 600 square foot, 1-bedroom apartment. I paid my rent on time and tried to be a good tenant. Even with all that, my rent has increased $110 per month. The apartment manager told me that I was lucky that my rent wasn't raised more than that in 1 month, but over a 6-year period. I work for Aurora Public Schools. For 2 years, I was a para on a special needs bus on which we transported children with physical, emotional, and/or mental health issues. For the last year and a half, I have worked in the Division of Equity and Learning as a receptionist for Aurora. Before I started working for the DOEL, I had to dip into my savings monthly just to afford my rent and other expenses. I am fortunate that I had that to fall back on. Most of the parents and guardians that I've met over the last 3.5 years most likely don't have that cushion, and so end up working multiple jobs, which is which can mean that a special needs child might be cared for by an older sibling. It is challenging enough to raise a family and to find time to enjoy their family and life. They shouldn't have to work multiple jobs to afford a decent home in a safe neighborhood. Some families whose children attend APS are unhoused. The pandemic was hard on everyone, and children are now trying to cope with this new normal. And if they don't have a stable environment, it's very hard for them to even just attend school, let alone concentrate and learn. We need more affordable housing in Aurora. I just bought a 750 square foot, 1-bedroom condo, and it was about $100,000 over what it would have cost a few years ago. I'm thankful that my family is helping me with this purchase. Working families in Aurora need our help. Their children need our help. When you vote, please consider the value you place on families desiring to provide a stable home for their children. Remember, children are our future. What are we offering them in the present? Thank you for your yes vote.
Next, we have Robin. Robin, your time starts now. Robin May.
Thank you. Thank you. I have been a resident of the Vanna neighborhood for 30 years now. I'm opposed to the change in the zoning that's here. Unfortunately, I don't have a nice pre-recorded message to give to you, but we are opposed to the change in the zoning of this area. One thing I would like to point out is although we've heard some very nice and lovely accolades for the Habitat for Humanity and all the wonderful things that can happen by making affordable homes, there's also the very simple fact that Habitat for Humanity and the group can continue to make affordable housing by maintaining their building within the zoning regulations that already exist. There is no reason to change the zoning at this time. Most of us who live here bought our homes based upon the zoning that was in place, and I would encourage this group to vote no, not to, so that the zoning regulations will not be changed. Thank you.
Lisa Farley, your time starts now.
Greetings, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Lisa Farley, and I live at 2007 South Kingston Court. I've lived in Havana Heights for over 20 years, and I've been a supporter of Habitat for Humanity starting 35 years ago. That said, I'm opposed to the rezoning, the spot rezoning within our neighborhood. I'd like to provide a couple of clarifications of things that I heard this evening. One was that the church is donating the land. They are actually leasing the land, which kind of leads to some questions that I have. Does the council truly understand the nature of the lease and how the new homeowners will be able to build equity, thus allowing them to move to other homes if their work or family needs dictate that? That is something that I haven't been able to get a solid answer on, despite questions at meetings. How does that lease work? How does the equity in the improved property work? Is this a well thought out plan that will truly help families move forward? Other questions I have is if it's Habitat's mission to build homes that are livable, affordable, and fit the neighborhood context, why are they trying to change the context of the neighborhood that we purchased into because it was R1 zoning by rezoning it? That doesn't sound like they're building houses to match the neighborhood. Sounds like they're trying to change the neighborhood to match their designs. How will the citizens of Aurora trust that any zoning decisions will be respected over time if we create a precedent with this plan to spot rezone within an existing residential community? It's a little bit different with rezoning, going from an agricultural to a residential area, but spot rezoning within an existing community very much changes that nature of that community. Will the spot rezoning for this development force the City Council to allow for more spot rezoning in other neighborhoods because of the precedent that is being set? Is the development that is being designed, is it designed in such a way that new residents will have adequate parking within sight of their homes? We all know in Aurora, if your car is parked on side streets or away from your home, incidents of vandalism or theft is greater. We were told that there's off-street parking, but it's tandem parking. Many families won't want to park in tandem, and I inquired at Habitat representatives at a meeting if parking is used in tandem as designed, if there's any follow-up to see if it is used as it's designed, and they said no, there is no follow-up to see if it's used in that design. Will these houses have storage, safe ingress and egress into the cul-de-sac? The street analysis, the traffic study was done leaving the neighborhood, not in and out of the cul-de-sac. Yes, there will be 10 buildings on the cul-de-sac, but there will be 20 families with cars. 2 of them will be facing onto a side street, but the other 18
Lisa, your time is up.
will be facing into the cul-de-sac. My apologies. Thank you. And once again, I would request that you oppose the zoning change. Thank you.
Next, we have Valerie Marshall. Valerie, your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Valerie Marshall, an abutting neighbor. And this has been a very emotionally charged topic. I want to thank all of you very much for your consideration on what is a very important issue to our little Havana Heights neighborhood. To me, one of the major tenets this comes down to is honoring promises. In today's day and age, I hope and pray that a promise still carries great weight. And many of the other residents here, that includes the promise of R1 zoning, which was provided to us when we made the huge decision to purchase and maintain a home in Havana Heights. Our neighborhood is one of the few gems in the city of Aurora that has a real rural feel to it, even though there's been slow, well thought out development over the years. Our neighborhood is varied. We are an independent group made of immigrants, small business owners, teachers, law enforcement officers, first responders, and a lot of retirees who live on fixed incomes and have saved their money to live here. The city of Aurora has made all this possible through its R1 zoning and the assumed promise that this is the way our neighborhood would remain. The church and its former minister specifically promised us this lot would never be developed, and the bargain and sale deed recorded in Arapahoe appeared to convey that same promise by saying, quote, "In trust, the premises herein conveyed shall be used, kept, and maintained by the grantee for worship and other purposes of its ministry." The church and Habitat constantly say they've done nothing but compromise with our neighborhood. The church made plans for nearly a year while never contacting the neighborhood, and then Habitat bid and won an RFP for much higher density development. They may have revamped their initial plans, in fact they did, for crowding even more housing on this small lot down to 20 homes. But the only thing the neighborhood has ever asked from the very first meeting is that the zoning remain the promised R1 to fit in with the neighborhood's current character. If Habitat was truly thinking of the community and their known reputation for providing a true home ownership and help
not only in obtaining homes, but maintaining them with the same amenities shared by the neighborhood, these homes would not be on leased land and they would be assisted with upkeep. If they were at least built with lower density, while the homes themselves may have smaller footprints than several of their neighbors, they could have garages with plenty of storage for vehicles, car maintenance equipment, lawn maintenance, toys for their children. They could have nicely sized fenced yards. They could have plenty of off-street parking to make sure that their cars are kept safe and their family can walk the streets and enter and exit the neighborhood safely. Think about your own home and how you feel after spending your life savings based on promises made by a community and city you trust. Please vote no on the proposed zoning change and allow our zoning from our neighborhood and future residents, even with affordable, we're totally for bringing affordable housing.
Valerie, your time is up.
Let it reach our room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria, you are up. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Maria Sepulveda with Habitat for Humanity of Metro Denver. It's important for us to understand the strong connection between health and housing. Housing impacts health. There's no question about that. Habitat's CEO serves on Health One's Community Advisory Board, and they often discuss how people who have unstable housing are more likely to experience mental and physical health issues because of the stress resulting from instability, toxic environments, and lack of access to resources like grocery stores and outdoor spaces. For example, it's estimated that 40% of asthma cases can be attributed to factors such as mold and pests like mice, cockroaches, or exposure to chemicals. Dr. Megan Sandel is a pediatric doctor who runs an emergency room, and she often talks about housing as a vaccine. She shares the story of a young girl coming into the emergency room when her asthma was acting up. She thought it was strange because the family had previously gotten her asthma under control. So what had changed? Well, the family had gotten a cat, even though their child was allergic to cats. Why a cat? Because of mice. As infestation in their apartment had gotten so bad, they found a mouse in the child's bed. The family was facing a tough choice. The mice, they reasoned, were certainly a greater threat than some cat hair, at least until their little girl ended up in the ICU. This was not a problem a doctor could easily solve. No amount of medication would make it safe to send the child back to her unhealthy living conditions. The prescription this child needed was a decent, healthy home. And while asthma is a physical condition, it's a condition that impacts the mental health of children and their whole families. Think about the stress of knowing your child is struggling to breathe because of the home you live in. People's mental health is affected by negative conditions in their housing for a variety of reasons. And we can all understand that without safe, stable housing, people's health, both physical and mental health, is in jeopardy. On a positive note, in a recent survey, half of Habitat homeowners share they're less stressed. And they believe their family's overall health has improved since moving into their homes. So that's why we're asking for you to vote yes on our R2 zoning request, which meets the rezoning criteria in Aurora's UDO, and help more Aurora families have that opportunity, have access to housing that will help them have healthier families. Thank you.
Hamid Ahmad, your time starts now. Hamid?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Hamid Ahmed, and I live at 2000 South Jamaica, about a block away from the development. I know very well there is a severe shortage in affordable housing. But I also want you to know that this project is not good for the neighbors, not good for the residents who are going to occupy those property, because they want to cram 20 homes in a cul-de-sac that's only fit for 8 units with the current zoning. So there will be no basements, no backyard, no garages, no playground for the kids. And from out of 20 homes, if we expect every home to have at least 2 cars, only 6 will be parked in garages. 36 cars will be parked along Evans and the neighboring streets. And that's for the next 99 years. So, but to be realistic, I know there is a huge pressure, huge campaign by Habitat to get this in passed. So if you would really, if you want to consider be fair to all of us, you need to stop this project on both no. But if you have to, so please consider this point. The church owns 52 parking lots in their parking garage. They should allow full access to the residents to those 52 parking spots. All those residents and their guests, they should have full access to the church's parking lots, and it should be part of the 99 years lease. Number two is the church and Habitat must draft bylaws and covenants to allow the exterior maintenance of the property and to levy fines on violators and to be able to lien the property if someone is disturbing the peace and not maintaining their property for those 99 years to come. Also, the church should provide playground for all the children in the development on the church side of the land.
Your time is
and
up.
Maintain it for the 99 years. Thank you very much, and please vote no on this and make it peaceful for the residents and for the current residents. Thank you.
Next, we have Meredith. Meredith Ryan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and City Council members. On October 25th, the Council voted affirmatively on the site plan for Mountain View Community Homes, as well as on the R2 zoning, 5-4. I implore that you vote in the affirmative for R2 zoning with the required 6 votes. I believe that both Habitat for Humanity and Mountain View United Church have acted diligently and in good faith these past nearly 4 years to bring this affordable housing plan to fruition. Indeed, if the site plan has been accepted, it can only be because of their dedication in working together with the city and neighborhood to best use our land resource and develop it in consonance with its particular geography and location. This humble development will add another cul-de-sac to the neighborhood and will be an asset to the local and the wider community. My 3 points. First, this project aligns with the stated goals of this city. 20 families will be provided with affordable owner-occupied homes. Aurora can continue to foster residential equity on behalf of younger generations of workers in our community. Second, this project is for a 99-year land lease. Imagine the future generations of folks who can be launched more firmly into the middle class by building generational economic stability. They will be able to raise their children to be happy, healthy, and well-functioning members of our city. I think this site plan is optimal for this goal, and I think it will foster peace and tranquility, as well as provide healthy change within a larger context of long-term stability because of its layout, organically integrating itself into the surrounding church and garden property. Third, I am a person of faith. I have observed in life that people are as estimable in our own eyes as they are being esteemed within a community. As well they should be as fellow children of God. I look forward to honoring and sharing together our diversity
in culture and ethnicity. So finally, the folks who will populate this humble development will work hard to construct their homes and to maintain them. Please, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, affirm the R2 zoning so that these new homes can be established. Thank you.
Next, we have Bob Anderson. Bob Anderson, your time starts now.
Hi, thank you. Hello again, Mayor Kaufman and City Council members. My name is Bob Anderson, and requesting your support of Habitat for Humanity's request for this R2 zoning request as part of the affordable housing development and the project plan for the Mountain View United Church site. I've been an Aurora resident since 1979 and a member of Mountain View United Church for over 16 years. I support this rezoning request. As it's been reported a few times now, 1 in 3 Aurora families struggle to find affordable quality housing. This specifically includes essential frontline workers, their families, and the children. In a recent letter to the Sentinel, Colorado editor from pediatrician Margaret Tashian, she notes a specific value, a need, and a responsibility to our community to provide safe housing and to protect our children. I agree with this assessment. The values noted in my past testimonies, this rezoning request and proposed project also aligns with City of Aurora and community goals. These goals are to meet critical affordable housing needs, to create additional home ownership opportunities, to foster relationships with the public, private, and non-private sector partners, and to provide potential economic development to this area and the City of Aurora. And as been mentioned before, they also align with Aurora's Unified Development Code and our 2020 Aurora housing strategies. I respectfully request and urge approval of this rezoning request. This is the right project, the right place, and the right time. Thanks again for your time and this opportunity to speak on behalf of the project.
Next, we have Annette Maston. Annette, your time starts now.
Yes, my name is Annette Maston. Thank you, Mayor Kaufman and council members, for taking the time to listen to the community of Havana Heights. I am a 10-year resident of Havana Heights, and I am opposed to the rezoning and development of the land as proposed in changing the rezoning to R2. We do support affordable housing. I'm a senior loan officer with a major mortgage corporation that's national. I have done several loans that involve affordable housing, and I am very much for it. However, I think the face value of the way this plan is developed for the site, it is too high density for the community to absorb it, the 20 homes. If we had 10, 5 duplexes, it might be able to be absorbed in the neighborhood. And again, as some of my other counterparts have said, there would be storage and garages so that it would be an actual home that they could thrive in. Some of the things that your CEO and several other of the components or the people have said that they're for this project have mentioned 2 things that I think is really important: mental health and physical health. Well, I will start with physical health. As a personal thing to me, I live in a home abutting to the project. It's just right across the street from the church, just a little bit farther down. And I have very, very severe asthma. I asked Habitat for Humanity how long the project was going to last. And they said that the construction is going to go on for at least 3 years. So we're going to have dirt and development and infrastructure happen on the land, and then trucks in and out, and, you know, that kind of thing going on. And I am very concerned for myself and other people that might be in the neighborhood that might have asthma and might occur that. The other part is the mental health issue. My mother is 76 years old. Her going through not having we have a very, very quiet neighborhood. And as Habitat said, for 3 years, we're going to have a construction site in the dead center of our neighborhood that will be 7 days a week, probably 8 months out of the year. I think that's going to take a mental health toll on the 150 residents in the neighborhood. The safety of the big construction trucks going in and out of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Next, we have Ralph Garnett. Ralph, go ahead.
Hello, City Council. My name is Rolf Granith. I was a pastor up at First Presbyterian Church in Aurora for many years, so I know Aurora from that part of town. I retired and I moved back to Aurora, and I want to congratulate the council on the marvelous job you've been doing in the city. I'm in the southeast part of the town now. I'm so impressed with what you've been able to accomplish with the development of Aurora, Colorado. I'm speaking in favor of this motion. I was driving by the plot the other day, and I was so impressed with just that setting and how ideal it was for this kind of project. I'm impressed with the church's desire to donate this land or have it used for the housing. And I think it's just a great opportunity for you all as council members to step forward and provide this zoning change. I appreciate your public service, and know it's a sacrifice for you all as council members to be making these decisions. And I was listening to the opposition and commiserating with you all in terms of this decision. I think it's just a real opportunity, though. The upshot is that it's a real opportunity for you to provide this housing for 20 families, and it's just an outstanding opportunity to provide this housing. So I thank you again for your service as council members and for a positive vote on this motion. Thanks again.
Next, we have Byron Largent. Byron, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, council members and Mayor Kaufman, for your time here tonight. My name is Byron Largent, and I have been a homeowner and resident of Aurora for the past 6 years and 3 days. I want to tell you what those 6 years have meant to me, and to understand that, I have to tell you about the years prior to that. For close to a decade, my family and I moved every year, either due to landlords selling the property we were living in or raising rent above our budget. And that took a toll on my family's stability and my own mental health. Not knowing which school district our daughter might end up in, what the cost of gas and commuting might do to our family budget and work-life balance, not to mention the stress of packing and moving every 365 days. When we were presented with the opportunity to buy our first home with some assistance here in Aurora, we jumped on it. Living in the same house we own for the past 6 years means a lot to me. I wish I had more time to describe everything, but here are the most important. Stability. The stability that was so important during our daughter's formative years. She developed relationships with neighborhood kids, went to the same school year after year, and she even memorized our address. The stability for myself, not having to worry about finding a new place to live every year, knowing this is our home, not just a house that we live in. I have been able to focus on the thing that matters most in life, my family. Confidence. I had no idea that the confidence of owning my own home would help to reverse years of self-esteem and self-doubt issues. It made me feel proud to be able to say I own my house in Aurora. And it put into perspective the underlying issues that the housing crisis across the nation can cause. Transformation. When I was a renter, I hated mowing the lawn and doing home repair. But now I feel accomplished looking at my freshly mowed lawn, and I even repaired a water pipe leak in the crawl space under our house just last week. These were skills that I was able to develop as a direct result of owning my own home. But really, it led to transformation within myself. When the state shut down for the COVID-19 pandemic, our home became a schoolroom, an office, a playground, a restaurant, and even sometimes a prison cell. Too many families didn't have that luxury and struggled in one or more of those areas. Remote schooling was such an important part during this pandemic, and with only one child who has their own room, it was still difficult. I can't even imagine the difficulties that families with multiple children, sharing a room or sharing space, or living in unsafe conditions had to deal with. This R2 zoning is what will enable this carefully planned 20-home development to be affordable and compatible with the neighborhood. But ultimately, what your affirmative vote will bring is the transformation of the lives of 20 families and their children's families by giving them the stability and confidence to be proud citizens of Aurora. Thank you for your affirmative vote.
Next, we have Corey Whitaker. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Corey Whitaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Corey Whitaker with Habitat for Humanity, and I presented this plan to you all a couple of weeks ago. Thank you for your time and commitment. Change is difficult, but our communities have been changing drastically over the last 20 years. In the last 20 years, household incomes in Aurora have increased 41%, whereas home prices have increased 200%. So the reason that we are requesting this rezoning is because conditions have changed. There is an immediate need for affordable housing, and we are not able to provide that housing within the R1 zoning. The plan that we have put before you meets all aspects of the rezoning criteria. It is consistent with the Aurora Places Comprehensive Plan. It is consistent with the Aurora Housing Strategy and with the purpose statement of the R2 Zone District. It is compatible with the size, scale, height, density, and multimodal impacts to the surrounding development, and it does not dislocate any tenants of the property. City staff has recommended approval of this rezoning. Planning Commission recommended approval of this rezoning 6-1, and we ask you, City Council members, to invest in the essential members of your community, providing them the opportunity to achieve housing stability and a solid foundation in which generations can prosper and thrive. We ask you to do this by supporting this rezoning. Thank you.
Next, we have Tina Alfonso. Tina, go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Tina Alfonso. Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and City Council. I am a teacher of many years near the church. I'm a longtime resident of Havana Heights. I've lived here for over 22 years. My family and I have been blessed living in a community that is comprised of just lovely people, people that are ready to lend a hand in a variety of ways and who care about each other's well-being. Tonight, I would like to voice my concern with the proposed Habitat for Humanity R2 development. Please note that this concern is on behalf of my future neighbors that I don't even know yet, who may be living in the Mountain View community homes. With urgency and to advocate for our future neighbors, the questions that must be asked are as follows. Am I entering into a contract that limits my future financial gains? Will the land fee that I owe continually go up? What are the financial downfalls of me selling my home in the near future if I am not able to list my home on the open market? If I am paying the land lease or tithing to the church on a monthly or yearly basis, how much is it and what are these fees applied to? To me, without full disclosure of the land fees or the land lease or whatever they want to call it, and these fees that the residents will incur, it's uncertain to know how safe these contractual agreements are. It's like being enticed by a 0% interest card, where initially you can afford the low payments. However, in time, you will see that the 0% fee soon goes away, and you are now responsible to pay higher fees with an increasing balance accruing. I fervently hope that these land payments or fees that we're going to give through Habitat to the church do not put our future neighbors into a dire strait situation. I do not feel at all comfortable providing homes for the residents who are trying to get a fresh start without making sure they are fully protected from future unseen escalated costs. It would be a great risk to put them in this position. I would like the Planning Commission or whomever is drafting the contracts to show us a projected equity contract that is going to be earned by the purchasers, and to find out what's disclosed in this contract. As I understand it, the people who purchase the homes are going to be responsible for all their grounds and maintenance work and anything else that happens on their property. Anyway, on behalf of the new neighbors, I'm asking the mayor and the council to please halt the decision of this development until we can ask those questions and protect our future neighbors. Thank you.
Next, we have Paige Anthony. Paige, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Kaufman and council members. My name is Paige Anthony. I have lived in Havana Heights for 26 years. I live in the cul-de-sac that abuts the Mountain View Church proposed site. Again, Habitat for Humanity is an excellent organization. They have wonderful goals. They provide a wonderful service. The same for affordable housing. Of course we need affordable housing, but this is not the proper site to move to R2. We want it to remain R1 for a number of reasons. This is an established neighborhood. The change in zoning will create many problems as safety, for parking. There's just not enough parking, and there will be no garages, no basements in these homes, and that won't work well for our new residents. We certainly welcome new residents, and we welcome affordable housing, and we welcome Habitat for Humanity. They keep just saying, no, we can't fit it into R1 zoning. Well, let's see you try. Why don't you try? I don't understand how we have affordable housing in Lowry, single-family detached homes with double-car garages, and they've been able to do it there. Why not in Havana Heights? We have sent a petition to the city council and the mayor that was orchestrated at the beginning of this with 170 neighbors' signatures that live in Havana Heights that oppose the zoning change. That's our big issue. We oppose the zoning change. Just recently, we had almost 80 neighbors sign letters that live here in Havana Heights opposing the change from R1 to R2 zoning. Fit it into the R1 zoning, and you'll have a neighborhood and a community that will come out and help build these homes and work with the people, the new homeowners. There's still many questions about the land lease, about the tithes, about how the upkeep of the property will happen. It's a big concern, and a lot of members of this Havana Heights community have lived in this neighborhood for over 20 years. So of course we're concerned. So I know, Mayor and council members, you represent all the people. I would hope that includes the Havana Heights neighbors. And we're hoping that you got all our emails and got our letters.
Your time is up.
For all these reasons, we urge you to vote no on the zoning change. Thank you.
Next, we have Tracy Hughes. Tracy, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Reverend Dr. Tracy Hughes, the lead minister of Mountain View United Church. I come to you this evening asking for your full support of the rezoning for the habitat build on the 2 acres of land that the church is leasing for the purpose of affordable housing. As we know, you all were very bold in creating the 2020 housing strategy for the city of Aurora, which is addressing affordable housing. And as you know from presentations tonight and many last week or the last meeting, our bill fits and checks off many of your housing strategy desires. And also, what I'm interested in is supporting 20 families to live in the Havana Heights neighborhood. These people that will be buying these homes are going to be proud homeowners. They're going to be taxpayers, increasing tax income for the city. They'll be paying taxes on the house, and they'll be paying taxes on the land. I see this as a plus for the city. And I also agree with what Wendy promoted earlier. I see these 20 families as adding a vibrancy to the neighborhood, bringing in joy and energy with young children. Right across the street from the development, from the 20 houses, is a park. A beautiful little park for families to walk to. They don't even have to cross a major street. And even though this is an R1 zone in Havana Heights, and we're asking it to be moved to an R2 medium density, there are within 1,000 feet of the land other medium density builds, and I just see this as a very positive way for all of us to come together to support your decision for the 2020 housing strategy. So this evening, I ask you to reach into your hearts and remember the first time you bought your home and what pride you had when you were able to move your families into your first home, and how much you cared for the land and trimmed your bushes and took care of your property. I imagine this is exactly the way the new neighbors will take care of their property. They will be just like the neighbors that already lived there, proud of their land, proud of their homes, and loving their neighbors. So this evening, I ask you to vote positive for this bill, not only naming and supporting the values of the 2020 housing strategy.
Your time is up.
But taking courageous action. We ask you to be courageous. Thank you.
Next, we have Katie Edwards. Katie, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and council members. My name is Katie Edwards, proud Aurora citizen. I have a 21-year career in financial health education. I can tell you for certain that financially healthy individuals beget financially healthy families, beget financially healthy communities. Homeownership is foundational to stability and the generational health of individuals, families, and communities. I could go on because it's my profession and passion, but I recognize that you already know this as a homeowner yourself. I recently asked the Aurora homeowner if affordable housing was an important issue for city leadership. He responded, yes, but not in my neighborhood. I worked hard for what I have. This caused me to wonder, what does hard work mean? Did he work more hours than a person who can't afford the current housing market? Was the work he did more physical, causing sweat and body aches? How was his work hard and theirs not hard enough? Well, the records show that he was able to purchase his home for $187,000, which is $250,000 less than the current average home price in Aurora. He was in the right place at the right time, and likely his hard work is better described as steady work. Currently in Aurora, there are no right places and right times for too many of our steadily working citizens. I ask you to think back to the moment you concluded that you would be the next city council member of Aurora, Colorado. I have to believe that all of you had a solid intention to lead Aurora with purpose, leading for safe neighborhoods where kids could play, grow, and become successful adults, where small businesses can thrive and serve the community. You would support the growth of Aurora, and you knew you would face opposition, but likely had a plan to lead our city toward greatness anyway. So here we are considering rezoning. My 90-year-old neighbors are the original homeowners. They bought their home just 50 years ago. The road behind them was dirt, now known as Buckley, and beyond it, heading east, fields, a country living environment. Since then, Aurora leaders like you have rezoned and rezoned again. There is a 2-acre blank piece of land that currently provides Havana Heights neighbors the country living experience. No sidewalks or structures. But reason says that just blocks off of Havana and blocks off of Isles is not the country anymore. It is a busy part of our city that offers great schools and access to transportation, which is critical to families and individuals living with disabilities, like the lady on my block who walks past every day with a Bronco coat and a backpack on her way to the bus stop and off to her job at King Soopers, where she has been a cart collector for 9 years, and my favorite cart collector at that. There are citizens who oppose medium density zoning for this affordable housing project, not because they're bad people, because they're just at a different point in getting excited about this important and well-planned change in our city. Please don't let the universal certainties of reason be replaced by individual emotional reactions. Thank you for your affirmative vote.
Next, we have Don Black. Don, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Don Black. My property abuts Mountain View Church property. I bought my property and built my house based upon the R1 zoning. I've been to a number of the meetings in the neighborhood, so I'm well aware that the neighborhood is adamantly opposed as a whole against this project. There are other housing areas near us that are multifamily. They're delineated and separate from our neighborhood. This project would be right in the middle of our neighborhood, which would change the character of the neighborhood. I noted, too, that only one of the people voicing their support for this live in the neighborhood. I know that person, and she's pretty much alone in her opinion. I'd like to say, too, that it's easy to be noble with other people's lives and property. So I would ask you to oppose and vote no on this rezoning. Thank you.
Next, we have Jerry Levine. Jerry, go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Are you there?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to start by saying that I am at 10801 East Warren Ave. I own a little less than an acre that directly abuts the south perimeter of the church. So I own about half the property of what you're talking about of rezoning. I just don't quite understand things. I think that this has become a referendum on the quality of Habitat for Humanity. The last one of these meetings we had on the phone was a couple weeks ago, and almost everybody that was in the neighborhood that spoke about it, as well as myself, have done work with Habitat for Humanity. It is nothing against Habitat. I don't want to sit there and go, okay, because we directly abut this property, that we're against Habitat. I am not against Habitat. I'm just against the fact that they're saying, okay, we've got this, so we have to make this work. We have to make this square peg fit in the round hole. If I want to own a Ferrari, I don't go into a dealership and go, well, I can't afford it, so you must make this affordable for me. I have no problem with them taking that property and Habitat building 10 units or so that fit within the R1 zoning without having to change it. Why do you have to change rules to suit your needs? Is it any less charitable to provide housing for that many people rather than twice as many? I don't have a problem with Habitat. I just have a problem with the rezoning. I don't think it's fair. I think it's kind of a bait and switch. Even though I've owned my property for 45 years, I think it's kind of a bait and switch to people that have bought into this area that had the assumption it was going to be R1 zoning. So once again, I adamantly oppose the zoning change, and I hope that you retain it at R1. Thank you.
Next, we have Annie Rim. Annie, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Annie Rim, and I live in Havana Heights with my husband and my 2 young daughters. We have lived here for almost 7 years, and one of the reasons we moved to this neighborhood was our desire to live in an area that was diverse. And what we found here was not only a racially diverse neighborhood, but a generationally diverse neighborhood and a slightly economically diverse neighborhood. One of the things I love about raising my daughters here, we go to Ponderosa Elementary and love the community there. We walk to school every day. We walk to Havana Heights Park often. And I love that we meet people from all walks of life. when we are walking around our neighborhood. One of the things I don't love about walking to Havana Heights Park is the lack of sidewalks and what feels like a lack of safety that that not having access to a safe route to the park offers. And I know that building houses with more children, with more eyes on children, would make me feel more comfortable letting my children go to the park as they grow older and are old enough to go on their own. So we are, as a family, are very much in support of the rezoning because we want to raise our children in a place that truly loves their neighbors and gives people opportunities from all different walks of life, from all different economic backgrounds, from all different needs. So thank you for your support, and we look forward to welcoming many new neighbors into this community.
Next, we have Shelley Marquez. Shelley, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and City Council members. My name is Shelley Marquez, and I'm a fourth-generation Colorado native. I've worked and volunteered in Aurora for over 3 decades. I'm a former board member for Habitat, and through my employer, we've provided support to Habitat to expand and build homes across the city of Aurora. Requesting your support to vote yes for R2 zoning aligns with Aurora housing strategy and addresses a critical need for quality, affordable housing. I've seen firsthand the impact a Habitat home has on a family, and it is transformational to families. Families have stability. They go on to graduate high school and then go on to college. One of the social determinants of health is housing. Your vote, your yes vote today supports equitable housing and the need for affordable housing in Aurora. We know that businesses cannot succeed financially if their customers and employees cannot find affordable housing. We also know that affordable housing attracts business and workforce and increases the tax base. Affordable housing frees up financial resources for homeowners. When a family is housing cost burden, paying more than 30% of their income on housing costs, they often can't afford basic essentials such as transportation costs, food, and healthcare expenses. Homeownership can reduce workforce absentee by improving employees' health. The studies have shown that homeowners achieve better physical and mental health outcomes than residents. I just request today that you vote yes to support R2 zoning and your support for affordable housing. Habitat has built strong, vibrant communities for many years, and the Mountain View development will be another great example of the city's commitment to affordable housing. You know, in addition to that, this is a great example of collaborative efforts with Habitat and Mountain View United Church to address affordable housing. We know that we need to be innovative as we're thinking about affordable housing. So I hope that you consider and vote yes to support R2 zoning today. Thank you.
Next, we have Farhana Morales. Farhana, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and council members. I ask you to vote yes on R2 zoning. As members voted in, you can help negate the fears of those who are opposed, as you know better. You know that Habitat for Humanity is an organization that was based on doing Christ's work. While I am not a Christian, Habitat for Humanity took me under their loving embrace and provided me a means to purchase a home in Tollgate Crossing, Aurora. I lived in the first Habitat for Humanity mixed community at Tollgate Crossing, had all these same fears. I have so many mixed emotions right now listening to the people that don't want to welcome families like mine into their neighborhood. I purchased my home in 2006, and now in 2021, all those fears were clearly unfounded if you ask the non-Habitat homeowners. I was on the HOA board in that mixed community for several years, and I also participated in the Metro District meetings. This home has changed my life in so many ways. My children are thriving. One just started at CU Denver in the bioengineering program, and one is in Cherokee Trail, almost about to graduate. My children would have not had the opportunity to attend first-rate schooling if Habitat for Humanity had not allowed me to purchase that home, and I had not worked very hard to receive that home. I pay a mortgage, I pay a HOA fee, I maintain my yard, I do upkeep on the house. I'm like any other homeowner. This house also housed my husband, who is a now honorably discharged veteran who is part of the Colorado National Guard. It allowed me to pursue a life and career I never thought I would. I attended the University of Denver's Women's College and graduated magna cum laude, and also from CSU with a master's in finance as a distinguished scholar. I've worked in the oil and gas industry for the last 14 years, and I know I was able to pursue a career and improve salaries because I had a stable place to call home. I currently work as an ESG advisor, that's environmental, social, and governance, and I am a big proponent of diverse communities. By allowing this rezoning will allow diverse families like mine to grow and flourish with others. We have 30+ Habitat homes in Tollgate Crossings full of families that are thriving. The children now growing up are attending amazing colleges, and mothers like me are proud to own my home because it allowed our children to thrive. I end this by saying, please vote yes on rezoning because you are helping mothers, families, and children like mine flourish and become amazing Aurora residents.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brenda Rybard. Brenda, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and City Council. My name is Brenda Rybard, and I live at 2080 South Jamaica Court, and I'm one of the adjacent neighbors to the property being discussed for rezoning. I've lived in Aurora for over 50 years and Havana Heights for 27. Our community doesn't oppose Habitat for Humanity. All we want is a place to be proud to live in Aurora. Don't we all want that? This R2 duplex housing will not provide the stable, long-term home ownership that everyone wants for Aurora residents. This will be no more than apartment living with homeowner responsibilities. No one will want to stay here any longer than they have to. The recipients are expected to pay property taxes on the land despite land ownership staying with the church. People who take care and improve their property do so when it adds to their value. These homeowners will forfeit the incentives that their equity growth is restricted. We still believe that some sort of HOA is necessary when you share walls and share driveways. Neither Habitat for Humanity nor the church will commit to any long-term accountability. Adjacent neighbors to this property don't all live in mansions, as has been portrayed before in previous discussions. Habitat for Humanity says they only build modest homes of 1,200 to 1,500 square feet. 10 affordable, modest, single-family houses would certainly fit our community better than 20 attached homes crammed into a cul-de-sac with no place to store all of their vehicles and outside stuff. We know you've heard the same argument for and against this rezoning over and over, but we just want to remind you that the very middle-income, blue-collar workers you say you want to help are the very same middle-income, blue-collar, current and future residents this project will hurt. The type of housing is the problem, not the people. Please do not allow this property to be rezoned. I appreciate your time and thoughtful support. Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Allen. Mark, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mark Allen. I have lived in Aurora for over 40 years. I have lived in Havana Heights for well over 30 years, and I am strongly opposed to this rezoning request. I believe this proposal will negatively alter the peace, safety, security, and tranquility that all of us have worked so long for. And yes, in my case, over 30 years. Habitat has reached out to their minions in order to stack the deck with grandiose call-ins supporting the proposal, many people that do not actually live here and have absolutely no stake in the matter. This neighborhood has provided written confirmation that there are well over 150 existing households who actually do live here and are vehemently opposed to this request. Personally, I am only aware of a couple of neighbors that actually supports it. And now we're about to enter snow season. As others have mentioned, there'll be a total of coverage, something that many of these same people who now rent probably do enjoy. If you figure a couple of cars each, that's over 30 cars. How is that helping? Another neighbor mentioned 10 houses in a nearby cul-de-sac. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is with 10 residences with 10 garages. No one disputes that everyone needs a safe place to raise their family. We are not against affordable housing, as we have been so wrongly accused of. We have provided numerous letters in opposition. We have provided evidence of other habitat developments that came in with the same reassurances of greatness, but now are simple eyesores. They aren't even proposing an HOA. We've asked Habitat how this would be addressed, and they just dodged the question. Laws, rules, restrictions are made with and for the general benefit of the people that abide by them. Occasionally, those rules are altered when there is significant reason to do so. This is not one of those times. We feel the applicant has not provided adequate reason for this change. I do believe that this is not mainly about providing affordable housing, but as in so many other situations, about the money that the main proponents will prosper from. Sadly, these new residents will never totally own their property. And I ask, how is that helping? I strongly ask that you do not approve the rezoning request. Thank you.
Next, we have Charles Thomas. Charles, go ahead.
Hello, this is Charles Thomas, and thank you for putting up with me again. I appreciate the opportunity at your last meeting of being able to make a presentation on behalf of my fellow Havana Heights residents. One of the most positive things that have come out of this for us has been that we now know more of our neighbors. We know how they feel. I can say in talking to them and working to put together the presentation I made and the letters that we have written, that I haven't run across anyone who is opposed to the housing need, or in fact, Habitat or the church developing this. We are opposed to the change in zoning. There's been absolutely nothing that proves that this could not be an R1 zone affordable housing development, except that the drive by Habitat in the church is to maximize quantity over long-term stability, sustainability, and a neighborhood that fits within our neighborhood that we can welcome, and we would look forward to assisting our new neighbors. And with that, you have heard every argument. It is very personal to all of us. Obviously, it's personal to the people who are calling in who do not live here, but for different reasons. We live here. We would like to see it stay R1, and we will look forward to a future development that fits that criteria, where we can welcome our neighbors, assist them, help them build their houses, if that is possible. With that, I thank you, and I wish you a good night, and thank you for your stamina. Bye.
Next, we have Randy Lampler. Randy, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Kaufman and the council members. I live just north of this Mountain View Church and proposed development, and I'm adamantly against the rezoning to R2. This is a very well-established neighborhood. I'm my family has lived here for almost 20 years, and we've got neighbors that have lived here 40 years plus, and a lot of senior citizens that walk along Evans and Juliet. And we just feel that this higher density development would not be an addition, but a detraction from the neighborhood, and it would not solve the school issues, or you'd have very minimal impact to the issues that the church and Habitat are bringing up. We do understand that those are very important issues, but we feel that this could be done in an R1 setting that would be consistent with our neighborhood that we've come to love. And so, as many others have said, we would welcome low-income housing in an R1 setting that is sustainable and a much better situation for the future owners as well as the existing residents in this neighborhood. And I'm one of, I believe, over 170 families that signed a petition to reject this rezoning. And so I would like to ask Mayor and council members to reject this rezoning. Thank you.
Next is for Barbara Boyce. Barbara, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say and support the fact that we are requesting no change in the R1 zone restrictions or zoning laws. Many reasons, and they've been touched on a lot tonight here in the last session we had as well. But I think that I'd like to comment that a lot of the people that are calling in favor of the zoning change are telling these stories that pull at your heartstrings. And they're scripted, as we all know. We've heard it before. We're reading from scripts. And we're talking from our hearts. This is something that is very near and dear to us that live here in Havana Heights. And we see so many problems, and some of them have been addressed. You know, we know that there's going to be parking issues. We absolutely know that. People will not park tandem when the person in front is going to have to get out and get to work the first person. So there's going to be jockeying all the time. People will just park in the street. It'll overflow to Joliet and Evans. And yes, when the snow comes and the trucks are coming down the street, what's going to happen to those cars? They're going to be snowed in. It's just that problem, but plus, with, as I mentioned 2 weeks ago, trash trucks are going to have a difficult time getting in and out and getting their trash. If they can't, what's going to happen to the trash? We are going to be in favor, very much in favor of welcoming new neighbors that are ethnic diverse and lower income. That's fine. We don't have any objection to that at all, as everybody has said. And the 170 plus that have signed the petition against changing the zone requirements. We just want it to be right, and there's just too many problems. When people are parking on the streets, there's congestion, there's safety issues, there's traffic flow problems, and all of these have to be addressed before we can feel good about welcoming new neighbors. And I don't see how R2 is going to accommodate the need for low-income housing in this neighborhood. We would like to keep it at half that number. Build 10 homes, 5 duplexes, something like that. It would be much better use of the land and accommodate things. There's also water runoff issues and drainage and flooding of the houses south of the property. And it's just so many problems. You know, there's a lot of people that walk dogs and walk in the neighborhood. And
your time is up.
For children. Thank you very much. I appreciate a no vote.
Next, we have David Muramoto. David, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I sure hope that I am one of the last callers in. You've heard from everybody else. I live at 2060 South Jamaica Court with my wife, Kathy. We've been residents here for over 20 years, and we oppose the rezoning from R1 to R2 as well. I want to say that the one thing that we don't get a chance to do as a neighborhood is be able to come in to meet with you personally in city council chambers. But we did do that at one point when both the church and Habitat had asked for community input into this, and this was 2 years ago. But I have to say the numbers of people are now documented by the petitions, by the letters, by the emails that we have all sent in. This has really united the majority of residents here in Havana Heights, and we urge you to listen to our voices. Please do not approve an R2 redevelopment for our R1 neighborhood. The safety, welfare, and health of not only the current residents, but the next residents in that development. When you stuff 2.5 to 3 times the number of people into an area that should be R1 zoned, is not good for anybody. The traffic, we've talked about traffic, we've talked about parking, we've talked about lots of things, but the quality of life will drop, and I'm concerned about that for both the future neighbors as well as the neighbors who are in the existing area. Thank you for the courage to vote no on this issue. Good night.
Next, Father Michael. Father Michael, your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and esteemed council members. My name is Father Michael Nicosia, a member of the Board of Directors of the Colorado Council of Churches. As our organization's public policy statement on affordable housing and housing justice, supported by our 12 denominations and over 800 churches across Colorado states, in a just world, all people would have decent, affordable, and safe housing. The members of the Church Council recognize the serious shortage of affordable housing throughout the state, not only for very low income and homeless people, but for the people who work in the public and private service sectors. I testified at your first hearing in support of the Mountain View United Church Housing Project. Tonight I wish to address the need for the R2 zoning, which will move this project forward and provide affordable housing to more of Aurora's citizens. As a homeowner near the intersection of Iliff and Buckley, I know full well the burdens created by population growth and increased housing development. Surrounded by fencing, our modest suburban lot has a sense of country living, complete with garden and a few backyard chickens. We are truly fortunate, but for the sounds of traffic that invade our peace. Over the years, our neighborhood has become increasingly congested with commuters from new developments to the east and south. Our frustrations are compounded by an increase in noisy mufflers and the nightly drag racing that another citizen commented on tonight. We love our home, but the thought of getting away from it all comes up from time to time. So I really can resonate with other homeowners who may insist not in my neighborhood. I repeat, others, if not here, where? If we're really going to live up to our commitments to affordable housing, many more neighborhoods should be rezoned. I still hold on to the hope that we can embrace sacrifices made for the common good. It is not, however, a burden these neighbors should bear without your assistance. So I call your attention to the need for city regulations that can mitigate the impact of higher density populations, like reduced speed limits, enforcement of state statutes and city ordinances regulating unnecessary noise, the expansion of public transportation accessibility, the preservation of parks and open spaces, and other measures that can make Aurora more livable. I and my colleagues of the Colorado Council of Churches respectfully request your affirmative vote on the rezoning application of the Mountain View United Church, while challenging you to ensure the welfare of all of our citizens. Thank you.
Next, we have Catherine Goodlow. Catherine, go ahead.
Hello. My name, good evening, Councilman and Mayor. My name is Catherine Goodlow. My husband and I live at 2055 South Iowa Court. I'm calling in because I oppose changing the zoning from zoning 1 to zoning 2. I have lived in this area for 47 years. When we first moved in, my husband and I, Evans was a dirt road. We have worked and supported the school systems and supported different things. We have seen changes within this community. We've had liquor stores to come in and go. We've had different placements. We take this seriously. My husband, a disabled veteran, worked hard to get our house and to live in this house. Now that we're in our age of retirement, I don't think that we should have to be uprooted. I think that, and I really firmly believe that this should continue to be a zoning 1. And the zoning 2 should be able to fit their project within the zoning 1. And I'm gonna go with my closing by saying what I've always been taught. Everything glitters is not gold. Thank you. Have a pleasant evening.
Carol Brodigan. Carol, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and council members. My name is Carol Brodigan, an Aurora resident for 24 years. The need for affordable housing is a significant reason to vote yes on R2. I want the council to be aware that negative precedent setting for future affordable homes will happen by not passing R2. I challenge the council to be courageous and to act to implement the Aurora City Plan to have 15 to 20% of new home constructions be affordable and pass the R2 proposal. Thank you all for your time and effort in considering this proposal. Please vote yes.
Next, we have Marcia. Marcia Hall, go ahead.
Hi. Good evening to Mayor Kaufman and the City Council members. My name is Marcia Hall. Yes, I'm reading from the script that I wrote. Okay. I'm a retired Aurora Public School teacher. I'm asking that the council members support the Mountain View Unity Home Zoning Map Amendment. In my 30-plus years of teaching, it was easy to see the effect stable housing has on children and their education. Students are able to stay in the same home and have a much easier time focusing on school. They do not have to worry about when the family might need to move because of an increase in the rent price. Moving can cause gaps in learning because of different curriculum in school districts and a different pace of learning. If a student happens to have a learning disability, it's hard to get an individual learning plan when the student moves before a needs assessment can be completed. Moving often can also disrupt a student's social development. Each move requires a new group of friends, and that can be hard to do. If a child moves often enough, they may decide it's just not worth the time to make a new group of friends when they may not be there very long. That can lead to social isolation and depression. Not a good thing for anyone, especially children. Several people have already mentioned how this project will help the city achieve its 2020 housing strategy plan. It's been noted that stable housing affects health, both mental and physical health. It has been mentioned that this location is close to two major arteries, and so public transportation will be available, and not everyone will need to drive their car all the time. So please vote in favor of the change in R2 to R2 zoning. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Arnie Schultz. Arnie, go ahead.
Mayor Kaufman and members of the City Council, my name is Arnie Schultz, and I live in the Village East neighborhood, which is only a block away from the Havana Heights neighborhood to our south, and I'm asking you to approve this rezone. At the first reading of this agenda item, the mayor recused himself from this item based on his comments he had made in his Facebook post regarding this rezone. I assume since he did this at the first hearing on this item, he will recuse himself again this evening. Not to do so would constitute a breach of ethics. I will remind the council that staff is recommending approval of the rezone based on code, and the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 6-1 to approve this rezone because the proposal complies with the criteria of section 146-5.4.1.c.3. Not in my backyard is not one of the criteria, and I haven't heard any of those opposed refer to the criteria. There's been a lot of talk by city council members, advocates for the unhoused and affordable housing, and in the media about the desperate need for affordable housing in Aurora. About a third of Aurora households are housing cost burdened, meaning they are one financial emergency away from housing instability. According to recent census data, Aurora is the 12th most housing cost burdened city in the country, with 40% of all households in Aurora being housing cost burdened. The city has recognized this homeownership gap in their housing plans. The city's comprehensive plan and housing plans specifically call out the need to create more for sale housing affordable to our city's workforce earning under $80,000 a year. The City of Aurora's 2020 housing plan prioritizes home ownership as a solution, setting a goal of 15 to 20% of all new ownership units to be affordable to families making less than 80% of median income. The City of Aurora's comprehensive plan and housing strategy sets forth goals to provide housing units that are created to have 2 or more bedrooms, child-friendly amenities to provide opportunities for families with children. This plan meets the housing goals identified by the city. The project aligns with Aurora's UDO, calling for more diversity of housing types and layouts in residential and mixed-use districts. It is for these reasons and more that I ask you to vote in favor of this development application. To build R1 housing is more expensive than these people could afford. Thank you.
Next, we have Mia Wheeler. Mia, go ahead.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Kaufman. My name is Maya Wheeler. I am the Executive Director of the African Chamber of Commerce, Colorado, and a 28-year resident of Aurora. The mission of the Chamber is to encourage economic growth, collaboration, and investment in African immigrant communities of Colorado. I am here tonight to ask the Council to support R2 zoning for Mountain View Community Homes. In the City of Aurora Immigrant Integration Plan for the time period 2020 to 2030, the strategic plan sets the groundwork for how the City of Aurora will be an international business and cultural destination, a welcoming melting pot of people and experiences, and a city of opportunity for residents of all backgrounds. If these statements are true and the vision of the City of Aurora, I ask that you give an affirmative vote for R2 zoning for Mountain View Community Homes. In the 10-year Immigrant Integration Plan, the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs conducted focus groups to get community feedback. The city heard repeatedly from Aurora community members and stakeholders that affordable housing was an issue of concern. Based on this feedback, the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs committed to support government and private sector programs and policies to construct and preserve affordable housing to prevent displacement with a focus on immigrant neighborhoods. The goal in the integration plan for housing and homeownership was to make sure the needs of immigrants and refugees were included in policies and initiatives concerning housing affordability in Aurora. The median sale price of a home in Aurora has increased more than 140% in the last 10 years. Overall, monthly housing costs, however, have risen more steeply for renters compared to the owners. There is a large disparity in home ownership between Aurora native-born households, 62.2% of which are owner-occupied, versus foreign-born households, 47.5% owner-occupied. More than half, 52.5% of foreign-born households are renting, and nearly 61% of those households are cost-burdened, meaning they are spending 30% of their household income on housing costs. As noted in Aurora Places, moving more residents into home ownership can play a key role in stabilizing the community. While mortgages remain relatively stable over time, rents can be increased year after year, with the result being that families move more frequently to find more affordable rents. In the Aurora Housing Strategic Plan, the city commits to supporting new and innovative approaches to planning, financing, and building houses that meet the needs of the community. Also, the plan identifies potential amendments to the United Development Ordinance to encourage the production of affordable housing. Therefore, I conclude with asking City Council for an affirmative vote for R2 zoning for Mountain View Community Homes in support of the United Development Ordinance, which ensures that all development in the city is consistent with the spirit and intent of any other plans and policies adopted by City Council, which would include the Immigrant Integration Plan and the City of Aurora's Strategic Plan. Thank you. The City of Aurora's Housing Strategic Plan. Thank you. And please vote.
Next, we have Kara Martinez. Kara, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. I'd like to express my support for Mountain View Community Homes. I consider myself an informed citizen who believes in the transformative possibilities of affordable housing. My husband and I have been homeowners in Ward 4 for more than a decade. We too live in the Village East neighborhood to the east of Havana Heights on the same side of Jewel. In a rare opportunity that affordable housing gets built, too often it's relegated to low-income neighborhoods where the intended benefits of stability, safety, and upward mobility remain elusive or unattainable for the residents. The residents of affordable housing are projected to thrive in neighborhoods like Havana Heights, where working families will have access to award-winning Cherry Creek schools and economic opportunity along the bustling Havana corridor. If they are teachers, city workers, or first responders, the new homeowners will experience the benefits of living in the neighborhood where they serve. The 2020 Aurora Housing Strategy that the City Council approved just over a year ago demonstrates that Aurora City Council members support affordable housing in theory. And I'd like to reiterate several points here. They've already been touched on, but I'll ask you to consider them in the context of this specific project. The policy recommendations you adopted included fostering a balanced and sustainable housing portfolio in Aurora to meet different preferences and incomes, expanding mixed income housing projects and neighborhoods offering a diversity of housing types and prices, and strengthening the city's capacity to address housing issues. Two of your stated major strategy recommendations were to pilot innovative housing projects for homeowners and address the Unified Development Ordinance to encourage a greater flexibility in affordable housing development. These are worthy goals aligned with the vision of this wonderfully diversity that so many of us believe in. But they are just words until they are realized through action. Mountain View Community Homes is a carefully designed and innovative opportunity for Aurora City Council members to prove that you support affordable housing in reality. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'd ask for you to vote to approve the R2 zoning, which will pave the way for the realization of this project. Thank you and good night.
Next, we have Ron Holm. Ron, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Kaufman and City Council, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I can't believe that you are still staying alert and be able to listen to all this stuff. I just have a few comments to make, and I would like to hope you would consider some of them. First, for all these people that have talked, I would like to say if you really wanted to get a feel for the neighborhood, then all these responses should have been limited to people who live in the Havana Heights neighborhood. I want to say right now, we live here. We're within a block of this new development, proposed development. We've been here 27 years. I'm a veteran, and we are opposed to going R2. If you wanted to get a feel for the neighborhood, only people that live in Havana Heights should have been able to call in right now. And I'm not giving you a scripted response, which I know many, many of the other ones have. Whether they did it themselves or were given the scripted response, I do not know. And then one lady just called in not too long ago, lives in Tollgate, which is obviously not even close to us. And she lives in a habitat community, but they have an HOA. And the biggest issue I have with ours is there is no HOA. What's going to restrict these people from just letting their property go? You know, having trash everywhere. I'm just beside the point because there's no restrictions to put them in a spot where they have to maintain it. If you had an HOA, at least you'd have them trying to take care of the community. And I have one request. Charles Thomas talked earlier, but he sent you a letter, and I would request before you vote on this project rezoning, please read his letter. He brings up some very, very valid and important points, and also gives you an example of a current one-year-old duplex habitat development on East 47th and Columbine Street, and shows you pictures of it and how this development could end up. It's not really a pretty sight. So if you could just read that letter that Mr. Thomas sent before you vote, I would appreciate it. I won't take any more of your time. Thank you, and I hope you can get through the rest of the evening.
Next is Donna Palmer. Donna, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, all. I live next to Havana Heights Park. I've been here since 1994, and I support wholeheartedly approval of R2 zoning for Mountain View Community Homes development. Having a stable home in a good environment, such as Havana Heights, goes a long way to foster the mental health and well-being of children. Children who can stay in the same home in a good neighborhood throughout their school years just do better. And that's best brought about by home ownership. We should not allow exclusionary zoning to keep young families away from all that this area offers. There are safe parks for kids, good schools already established, and importantly, proximity to good jobs, a place where families can grow for generations to come. Neighborhoods cannot be sustained if there are not young children moving into them. That's the fact of life. These homes will address Aurora's affordable housing shortfall in a meaningful way, adhering to the values that Council has already addressed in the Housing Strategy Report. And there's no cost to the city or the taxpayers to reap these benefits. Council members, I urge you to show that you still uphold the values addressed in the Housing Study to approve R2 zoning. Let's get this 2020 housing strategy in motion. Thank you.
Next is Melanie Kensner. Melanie, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Melanie Kessner. I'm the Public Policy Director at the Interfaith Alliance of Colorado. I work on a lot of affordable housing policies for the state of Colorado. And I'm calling tonight in support of this housing, in support of the request for R2 zoning and approval of the proposed site at the Mountain View United Church. The Interfaith Alliance of Colorado serves over 400 partnering faith communities across the state, and we've been continually inspired by the ways that faith communities are creatively using their open land and space to create affordable housing developments. And this is one of the projects that we were really proud to take part in and participate in. The Interfaith Alliance of Colorado is an organization that's deeply committed to economic justice, and we're deeply involved in helping communities of faith all over Colorado. We have worked with Mountain View United Church over 3 years ago. We were honored to witness a community-centered, thoughtfully engaged, grounded project that was centered around process and feedback and vision. And we know that because we were there from the beginning, from the stages of brainstorming on how to effectively use this land to address the growing housing crisis in Aurora. In the recently published 2020 Housing Strategy Report, Aurora identifies affordable housing for working families as a priority. And the second focus that's prioritized includes the benefits, prioritizing the benefits of affordable housing to the neighborhood, the city, and future homeowners. So the need for affordable housing has existed long before the pandemic, but we know that the pandemic has really highlighted the immense need for safe and affordable housing. If we don't take action now, the problem will only worsen. Forward-thinking communities like Aurora that address this concern on the front end with creative solutions will save money and lives in the future. Increasing housing for community members in need will increase public safety and community well-being. To each of you on the Aurora City Council, the Interfaith Alliance of Colorado is grateful to you for your service to the Aurora community, and we urge you to vote yes in support of this rezoning request. So many of the people on this call stated that they understand the importance of increasing affordable housing, but just not on this project. So I ask, if not now, when? And if not this neighborhood, then where? I also do want to mention that I am a homeowner. My home is currently not in a homeowners association, and I'm still able to take care of my house and make it look presentable. So a homeowners association is not really a needed mechanism for that degree. So please, please, please vote yes on this, and let's put our neighbors and our communities first. And thank you all for your time this evening.
Next, we have Jesse Frank. Jesse, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening. Hello. Thank you. Mayor Kaufman and city members, I appreciate your taking the time tonight for letting us speak. My name is Jesse Frank. I live at 10811 East Bourne Avenue. My property abuts the church property. I moved here 10 years ago. I have 2 young daughters. And like everyone on this call, I support affordable housing. But I think what I'm hearing and what other callers are calling in saying that if we can't have R2 zoning, you can't have affordable housing. And I don't believe that to be true one bit. Keep it R1 zoning, and you'll see that Habitat for Humanity will be able to provide a blueprint and engineer homes that will fit 10 beautiful homes on a cul-de-sac, will fit in with the R1 zoning that's already here. You'll be able to fulfill your mission of getting affordable housing to Aurora, be able to keep your promise of R1 zoning to our community, and it's a win-win for everyone. But don't be fooled when they say they can't do it. They can do it. It's what they do. And that's a great thing that they're able to do it. But they can put affordable housing on that property and keep it R1 zoning. Thank you. That's all that I have.
And that concludes this evening's public comment for agenda item 16A.
The time is now 9:27. I'd like the council will stand in recess until 9:37. Council is now in recess. The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is now back in session. I need a motion on 16A.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Move to approve 16A.
Moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by Councilmember Coombs to approve item number 16A. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to do my best to stay within the guidelines that City Attorney Money laid out here. So I'm just going to reference things that we talked about at our previous meeting, which I think some of the things kind of came up in some of the public comment that we heard tonight. So I do just want to stress again that crime is not associated with affordable housing. Crime is common in areas of destitution. And what this kind of approach to affordable housing does is it's a mixed income area. This will actually help stabilize and improve the lives of the residents who will be moving in to this kind of development and also enrich the community around it. Having this kind of housing in Ward 4, I feel, is life-changing for the folks who would be neighbors and new residents here. And if we had this kind of housing available when I was growing up, if my family had this kind of stability earlier than they did, I think that it would have been, well, let's just say things would have been different in a much more positive fashion. And I did want to talk about the land lease again, since this has come up now in both meetings. A 99-year land lease is not going to charge the future residents. It's basically the church saying, hey, Habitat, you can use this land for 99 years for whatever cost they can legally get away with. I guess it's probably going to be exceptionally low. And the folks who purchase the homes are still going to build equity in the actual sticks and bricks. So it is a limited equity arrangement, as some folks pointed out. But they do still earn equity off of their investment. It does set them up with a nest egg that they can, either reinvest into their home or they can actually use that as a down payment in a future home if they choose to move on. This is actually a pretty typical model for Habitat, if I'm not mistaken. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, and I also look forward to everyone's yes votes on this, and I also look forward to us getting together to actually help build these houses after we approve this. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Gardner.
And I guess it would be for staff. So at the public hearing, I guess it would have been last week or 2 weeks ago, they talked about there were 6 criteria for approving a zoning change that's in the code. Can you kind of talk about that again?
Yes, sir. Dan, you're going to get that?
I can. Councilmember Gardner, would you like me to discuss that or staff to discuss that?
It doesn't matter. Whoever wants to answer it.
Okay, so I'm going to share a screen, and if you want staff to go back over what they laid out in their presentation as far as a reminder, you can do that. They can tell you why they think it does or does not meet the criteria, but the criteria, I'm going to share my screen. And I don't know if you're able to see this screen. Are you able to see a Word document?
No.
It talks about zoning change?
Not yet.
We have it now.
Okay. So as you can see, and if this is still, I'm going to make it bigger, but the zoning map is required because of changed condition or circumstance to the property the surrounding area. So that would mean, you know, you would have to determine that there was a change in the city of Aurora. This area would accommodate that change. The applicant has demonstrated the proposed initial zoning or rezone is consistent with the spirit and intent of the comprehensive plan and with other policies and plans adopted by city council. With the purpose statement of the proposed statement of the new zoning districts, the applicant has demonstrated the size, scale, height, density, modal traffic impacts of the proposed initial zoning or rezoning are compatible with the surrounding development and can be made compatible with the surrounding development through approval conditions, and the application demonstrates the change in zoning will not create significant dislocation of tenants or occupants of the property. Now, those are the criteria you're looking at and that you're using. If your purpose was to ask staff as a refresher reminder of what was stated in that public hearing of why they either thought it did meet the criteria or did not meet the criteria, then you can go ahead and ask Mr. Osoba that question.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mayor Dave Gruber, if I could ask a quick question.
Councilmember Gruber.
So just to verify that, Dan, you took it down, but it has to meet all three. That's an and statement. So it has to meet, you know, the initial and all three of those, correct?
Correct. Those are all three. And so basically, is it consistent with spirit and intent of the comprehensive plan, the other policies? Does it meet the ability to go in that area? And then when it says that with infrastructure, it means, is it going to create some sort of difference in roads, infrastructure, water, sewer, all that would not be compatible with the surrounding area? And then that last part, of course, is that dislocation. Right now, it's a vacant lot, so that may be an easy one for you as far as the dislocation one, but the A and B are the ones that you have to find.
Further discussion?
Berzins, I have a question.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. In one of them, I think it was C, it said tenants or occupants. So the person that buys this does not have to live there, can rent it out, right?
Now that is, that's not something here for the rezone. That is, I guess, would be a question to the applicant on the site plan. And I guess that question, if I understand it correctly, is if someone who buys the Habitat Humanity house can end up being a landlord or tenant. That I do not know the model of the Habitat Humanity, but that would not be in the purview of the rezone criteria.
Okay. It just said tenants, so that's why I was thinking, because it said that.
Now, this is meant to, if you remember the Fitz on 14th project years ago, and where a condo building was going to be taken down and made into a luxury apartments or luxury condos, and there would have been displacement for that. This came after that project.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a question on the criteria on compatible with the surrounding area. Isn't that pretty subjective?
Well, there's two ways to look at compatibility. Compatibility obviously is somewhat subjective because you're the fact finder and you're deciding that. Compatibility in front of if this were to be taken to a court, how a judge normally looks at compatibility in the case law is whether or not the product or the rezone is compatible with the neighborhood. Meaning, is it a gas station in the middle of residential? And they have found that a gas station is not compatible with residential. However, they have found pretty consistently that if you choose it to be compatible, that the R1 and R2 are compatible enough. So
but we're still changing the density. So, I mean, that could be argued that that isn't compatible with the surrounding neighborhood.
And that's for you to decide. And so that's, as a council, when I say that case law is decided is compatible, the cases that are out there, and they call it spot zoning, somebody states that after council has approved higher density, in a R1, then it is challenged by the neighborhood. The neighborhood says it's not, or the neighborhood says it's not compatible. The court backs the council, saying it can be compatible. Now, it doesn't mean that if you found it not to be compatible, that the court would come back and find that the council made a wrong decision. The council is going to look to see if the court is going to look to see if the council used the criteria based on their codes and the public hearing criteria testimony to decide their final outcome.
Right, but so I mean, again, it's subjective. We're looking at the compatibility of the surrounding area and then considering obviously these neighbors' comments that are, you know, that bought within an R1 zoning with that expectation.
Correct, and you're right. It is in a sense subjective in the sense that different fact finders can find different, you know, different outcomes as far as compatibility in this sense.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, can we get a little bit of clarification on that from the planning staff? So from Mr. Osoba on what, from the perspective of staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission, were the reasons for determining that there was compatibility between the current zoning and the proposed zoning?
And read from the staff report about that specific criteria. So staff report indicated that the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed size, scale, height, density, and multimodal traffic impacts of this proposal are compatible with the surrounding development by providing a site plan that was approved previously and traffic analysis illustrating duplex dwelling units in the same size, scale, height, and multimodal traffic impacts of the surrounding development. The proposed density is greater than the surrounding development, but the application is compatible with the surrounding development because it provides similar building setbacks, scale, height, massing, and building design.
And follow up, Mayor. And then with respect to the traffic impacts that folks had expressed concern about, can you just address how staff determined that those are compatible as well?
Yep. So I'm not a traffic engineer, but traffic engineers from the city reviewed the traffic impact study that was submitted by the applicant and deemed that it met all of city standards for a traffic impact study and approved that traffic impact study prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing.
Further discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So I've heard that, but I've also heard that we have, what, about 170, well, I know we have a number of letters. All of us received a large packet in manila envelope of letters from the residents disagreeing with the staff view of that. So I think we're back in the opinion, you know, where the staff might say one thing, but the people on the ground, the people that are looking at it every day, are coming up with a different opinion. And that's where the subjective part comes in, because we on council now have to make a decision based on both what the staff has said, what our legal advisor have said, but I think most importantly, what the residents say, what the people, the constituents in that neighborhood are saying. So I think that we need to keep all of that in mind.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I think, you know, I would like to respect expertise coming from folks that are traffic engineers and reviewing traffic patterns, especially when the potential impacts are speculative. And so, of course, the neighborhood, people in the neighborhood have concerns, they have opinions, and we appreciate them taking the time to share with us. But I don't think we should simply dismiss expertise based on preferences, especially knowing that change occurs. Change has occurred in that neighborhood. Much of the testimony last week attested to change that has already occurred in that neighborhood. And I think we've all experienced change in our own neighborhoods and in other parts of the city, and we've approved rezones in other parts of the city in acknowledgement of change that does occur.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Briggs.
I have to comment on that. Yes, absolutely, change occurs, but we have people in Aurora that have lived here for 40, 50, 60 years, and I think we need to respect them and what they've done for the city. They've worked for the city, they've paid their taxes, they raised their family, they've gone to church, and to just say, well, change occurs, so screw them, we're just going to change. No, you can't do that. You have to respect the people that have been here. That's one comment, but I want to move off that. One lady said that the traffic study did not study cars going in and out of the cul-de-sac and the trash truck going in and out. And I do have some places in Ward 3 that's a problem. And it can really lead to major problems in bad weather and snow and I don't want to dispute what the lady said, but does anyone know, is that in the traffic study? Is she correct when she said that? Or she did say that the traffic study was just going in and out of the neighborhood, not actually in and out of the cul-de-sac? Does anybody from staff know that, or have you read the traffic study?
From my perspective, I do not know that. I don't know the finer details of the traffic study or the scope that was necessarily involved, as it's not something that I, as not a planning or a traffic engineer, review. And I don't think we have any traffic engineers on the call tonight.
Okay, because I know I've been in those neighborhoods and I've walked it. I've stood next to the trash cans and trucks can't get down there and trash builds up and it is a disaster. So that's not something that's really on the top of our minds, but if somebody points it out, how would you like it if your trash couldn't be picked up for 2 or 3, 4 weeks? Not a good thing.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
I just want to be very clear that I did not say screw anybody, and I would not say that. And that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that the purpose of rezoning is acknowledging change that has happened and that can continue to happen and trying to make sure we do that in a thoughtful way. And that's why we have all of the analysis that we have going into these types of projects, is that we are looking at how can change happen that's consistent with the goals of the city and the well-being of everyone.
Further discussion? Well, based on the advice of the city attorney's office, I will recuse myself from this vote. With no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry. This is a really tough one because, of course, we heard all the wonderful things that Habitat for Humanity does. And although we are talking about this rezoning, I had problems with the site plan. And obviously, this is going to, if we approve the zoning to have more density, we're approving the site plan that I think is a problem that I think could be solved. But right now, we're not even having the opportunity to look at what could be done within the R1. So it's just, for me, it's incompatible with the site plan.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 16A. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
And Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
The motion passes with 6 votes for ordinance 2021-59.
Mayor, can I say something?
Councilmember Burgess.
Thank you. I just want to say, I'm sorry we didn't hear anything new tonight. You know, we went through the same thing we went through last Monday night and didn't hear anything new. And I won't be here much longer, but I would like this council to think about when this happens again, to try to get the people that live in that area to speak, and hopefully bring in new information, because this was a total 3-hour repeat of last Monday night with no new information. I loved hearing everybody, but you know, for them it was tough, and for us it was tough. So I just think some changes need to happen when we have public invited to be heard on 2 consecutive evenings and the same people call in with the same thing. I think we can spend our time much better than that. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 19A, determination of final.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I'd like to address item 18.
Oh, okay. Very well. Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, we sit in violation of the city charter. A few weeks ago, we debated many hours and had many votes trying to determine the will of the people in Ward 2. During the course of that, there were many speeches on both sides saying why the area was going one side as opposed to another. As we stand now, we have one candidate. Well, first off, going back to Councilmember Johnston, when she was elected, she won with 3,200 votes. Currently, the person that's trying to get her seat from her party is at 3,700 votes. But Steve Sundberg is at 4,900 votes, almost 5,000 votes. That's 30% over what we have now. Now, even though these are the votes that are going to be certified on Wednesday, what we needed at that time many weeks ago was some sense of the community in determining whether the community was turning left or right. We conclusively have that information now. We conclusively know that Steve Sundberg is over 1,100 votes beyond his closest competitor. So given the fact that we know where the Ward 2 stands, where Ward 2 is going, we are in violation of the charter. And the only way that we can remove that violation is to fill that seat. And now we have definitive information on how that seat should be filled. So I move to appoint Steve Sundberg as the Ward 2 council member.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by?
Burzins.
Seconded by Councilmember Burzins, to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the balance of the vacancy left by former Councilmember Nicole Johnston. Discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question. So this appointment is basically to put us in compliance with the charter? Is that what we're doing here?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber, when can swearing in, if in fact the council votes in the affirmative, when can the swearing in take place?
Let me ask the city attorney. I believe that the oath can be taken in front of the city clerk, so it could happen as early as tomorrow. And then that seat would be filled as of tomorrow. And then
okay, sorry. Can I have the city attorney opine on that?
And that's there isn't a requirement that for a formal vote before council. That's ceremonial in nature. So all that's required is an oath. And the city clerk can do that as soon as possible.
But city attorney takes an affirmative vote tonight, correct?
Absolutely.
On the Gruber motion, and that would be 6 votes, and I would assume I would have a vote in that.
This is a motion, so you may vote on motions.
Very well. Further discussion?
Mayor, this is Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, so, I mean, my question is to Katie. we haven't really gotten all of the votes. I understand Mr. Sundberg is ahead, but all of these votes are still have to be counted. I guess I'm just, the military and the overseas voters and some ballots that have to be cured. If I was one of these voters and we did something like this, because I associate a vote with a voice, a person. This doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't feel right to do this. And I'm struggling with this period that we're not even here to Wednesday. We don't know. I mean, I understand he's ahead, but it just doesn't seem right. And I just have trouble with the legality of this. Because he's ahead, we would do something like this. For the city attorney, you're saying that to do this, we could do this even with the election not being certified, with not even making sure that we have all the votes counted?
I want to be clear. This is filling the vacancy. So this is only until December 6th. There is one council meeting in between. You're not selecting this person to be the council member for the next 4 years. You are only doing it to fill the vacancy.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh, so Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so we're only doing this to fill the vacancy, which then will put us back in compliance with the charter because we were out of compliance. I do want to add that I did check with with the city clerk or clerk and recorder, the prior city clerk and recorder. Absentee ballots are counted actually first before any other ballots come in. So those would be counted.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Berzin, there are UCAVA voters and overseas voters, and sometimes their voters, I mean, there's a certain stipulation with that as well, and cured votes.
No, I understand. I checked with the former clerk and recorder, Matt Crane, and he said that absentee votes are counted first before even any of for example, if you voted by mail ahead of time, those are counted even before, is what I was told.
Mayor?
Councilmember Cruz.
Can I clarify that there is still the acceptance of the UCAVA votes? This is what Councilmember Lawson was trying to point out, up until midnight on Wednesday. Like, that's how much more time those votes have to come in and then be counted. And that's also the amount of time that there is for folks to cure ballots that may have had a signature discrepancy or other issues. So even though the ones that have already arrived and been accepted are counted, there's more that may be counted, I think is the point, and the election is not certified. What I would also add is just there was no sense of urgency for 5 months to fill this vacancy. So doing it for one meeting is very performative. And if folks feel they need to do it, they can, but it does not solve the fact that we have violated the law every day since we became in violation. So it's okay, but it's very performative and ignores everything that's come before.
Further discussion. Councilmember Gruber.
So to respond to that, what we needed when we had our debates was some sort of facts on the ground. We needed some information from the people who lived in the ward as to which direction they were going. So what I'm asking for is not the official vote, because the official vote is going to determine who's going to be in that seat on December 6th beyond that. What I'm asking for right now is for us to use the data that we have obtained in the same way that we would use a survey to determine what the people in the citizens in that ward actually wanted. We now know definitively who they wanted. And if we had this information back when we had the debate, we would have made the decision back when we had the debate. Because now we do have the information and we are in violation of the charter, I believe it's our duty to put somebody in that seat because we have the definitive information.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, Councilmember Gruber, when you say we, let me just be clear that you don't speak on my behalf. So I just want to be clear that my decision-making is not dependent on whatever statement you say was the matter of fact at the time, unfortunately. So I just need to be clear there. I agree. It's incredibly performative. We had no sense of urgency until now, just to, pretend like this is in good faith to bring this up at this time. It's not. Clearly, it's clear that you want to show and share kind of the results of Ward 2, just like you were campaigning on behalf of this person when we were trying to fill this appointment earlier. I don't want to get too in the details. To me, that's not the outcome isn't necessarily the end all be all. In terms of this appointment, we know that there was over $1 million spent in these elections that influenced the outcome. So if we wanted to go there about what the will and what influenced an election or an outcome, we could go there. But I don't agree with the premise of bringing this up, and I don't think it is in good faith either.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber again.
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, if we're going to, I'll modify my motion to say that once the ballots are verified on the 10th, if Steve Sundberg is still on top, certainly by 1,000 votes, that Steve Sundberg becomes the Ward 2 council member, and the next day Steve would be sworn in and could become a council member at that time. That way we know definitively that he has in fact won. And then with that information, even though this, again, we're talking about the last term, Councilmember Johnston's term, and not the current or the next term, but then we would definitively know that Steve Sundberg won the next election, which entitles him to take that seat immediately. So the modification would be that we modify. The motion is that following the submission of the ballots on November 10th, if Steve Sundberg is still the winner, then Steve Sundberg completes Councilmember Johnston's term, starting the next day when he gets sworn in.
Is there, who seconded the Gruber motion?
Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins, you second the revised motion?
Sure. I think that's the right thing to do, because then we will definitely know.
Mayor.
Please proceed. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hills. Councilmember Hills.
So Councilmember Gruber, have you had a conversation with Steve Sundberg about this?
I told him today that I was going to try to bring this up.
Okay, he won the election, and I think back to when I ran, and it was really important to me to come into my seat as myself, and not as someone who maybe was not able to make those decisions for myself. And I just question what kind of an impact this political ploy is going to have on his credibility coming in as an elected council member, because you said that you told him you were going to do this. So I'm just not sure how, I guess that's a lot different than having a conversation and him coming to you and asking for this. And I think that he deserves to come into this council with his credibility intact for running a campaign that led to him winning. And I think this undermines that, appointing someone after months of not having anyone before the votes are even certified. I don't know. I think it undermines a lot of the work that he put into his race, and it's going to tarnish his ability to come in and have his own credibility as running for himself. And so I think that's unfortunate for him, that's going to be potentially how he comes into this council, which I think he deserves better.
Further discussion, Councilmember Gruber.
So I strongly disagree with that portrayal of Steve Sundberg. The reason I told him that I was going to do this was because I am in violation of the charter. I took an oath to the charter. I need a way to get to fix that. This has been something that we've talked about in this council repeatedly, that we will not violate the charter. And we are in fact violating the charter. And this is a solution to move us out of that and move us into a position where we are going to fix the charter, because we were going to replace Councilmember Johnston with someone we know that her ward wants to have replace her with.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hills.
I'm not sure what characterization you disagree with, because I said that he ran his race and he got his votes and he won the election. I didn't disparage anything about him. I think that this move is a political ploy that will undermine the work that he did during his race by setting himself up as an individual who ran to represent Ward 2. And I think that this move by you could tarnish and undermine him without you doing his own. And I think that's unfortunate for him, because I think he did run his race and he did win with those votes. And it's just unfortunate that he won't be able to come in with that, solid reputation that he had coming in, because it's going to be the result of a political stunt instead. And I just think that's not fair for him for the work that he's put in. But that's just a personal difference of opinions. But I'm not trying to disparage him. I think he put in a lot of work and he won.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Gruber motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy left by former Councilmember Nicole Johnston. And if that on the 10th of November, am I correct in that? Councilmember Gruber, I think I didn't state your.
Once the ballots are certified on the 10th of December, I think that might be midnight, but once they are certified on the 10th of November.
Once they're certified, is that really a date certain on the 10th of December, or do you just say once they're certified?
That's law. I believe that's law.
They have to be certified on the 10th. Very well.
Mayor Kaufman, this is the city clerk. I'm sorry if I can chime in for some dates.
Please.
Midnight is the deadline for the military and overseas ballots to be received by the county. So they need to be received by 11:59 p.m. on Wednesday, November 10th. And then Thursday, they're going to be processing those ballots. And then I did get an update from Arapahoe County that they should have final uncertified results Friday. And then November 19th is whenever they do the canvassing and certification of the results.
So does that alter, Councilman Gruber, does that alter your schedule?
Okay, as far as the certification on the 19th, our next meeting is 22nd. Okay, yeah, that would work. Let's go on November 19th then.
November 19th, very well. So it's pending favorable certification of Steve Sundberg on November 19th. Very well. Is there further discussion on that? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Gruber motion?
Mayor Kaufman. Mayor Kaufman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, just to be in compliance with the charter.
Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
No.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz.
No.
Councilmember Lawson.
No.
Councilmember Marcano.
Nope.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with a tie vote.
Very well. Reports, no report by the mayor. Reports by council.
Mayor, general business.
We're missing an item. 19A.
Oh, I'm sorry, ouch. Determination of final candidates to be interviewed for the Civil Service Commission. Katie, what we're trying to do is get a sense of the council as to how many candidates we're going to be interviewing? Is that
Yes, that's correct.
Very well.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, so just looking at the most updated rankings, it looks like there's a clear break between the top 4 candidates, like a 10-point difference between the 4th and the 5th candidates. So my recommendation is to interview the top 4.
Very well.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. Katie, can you remind us of the what the schedule is going to be for interviews and voting and all that, please, that we agreed upon?
Yes, so the interviews will be done November 15th prior to the regular study session. And then the appointments will be November 22nd during the regular council meeting.
Thank you.
Is there a second to the Murillo motion to interview the top 4?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Murillo, second by Councilmember Coombs to interview the top 4 candidates. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please? Well, I don't think this requires a formal vote. Am I correct? I think you're just trying to get a sense of the council. So is there any objection to the Murillo motion of interviewing the top 4?
I have a question.
Yeah, Councilmember Rosas.
Okay, so right now we have, we're interviewing for 2 vacancies. Is that correct?
Katie, is it 2 or 1?
Right now, we do have 1 vacancy. The chairman said that if, when you're interviewing, you would like to appoint 2 of them, then he would resign in December.
Instead of what? January?
Instead of February 2022.
Okay. Now, do we have any idea, is this going to be the only 2? I'm just thinking with all the scrutiny they're under, you know, could we lose some more? I'm just thinking to interview 4 for 2 positions. That's not a lot of people to interview, but I do agree that there is a gap between the 4th and 5th.
Well, I think that I thought we were just doing 1 this time around, but you're saying we have an option, Katie, of doing 1 or 2?
Yes, there's only 1 vacancy. I think the chairman was offering if there are 2 strong candidates that council would like to appoint, he would be willing to resign in December to allow that to happen. If not, he can, I believe he's willing to remain until the end of his term in February.
Is there any objection just to filling 1 vacancy at this time?
Yes, I object. It's too complicated, Mayor.
I think we should be interviewing more than 4 people if we're going to be filling 2 vacancies. Yes, Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. I think we should go with whatever we've been advertising to the public. So whatever that is.
Katie, isn't that's just 1 vacancy is what we've been promoting, correct?
Yes, we have 1 vacancy that we're promoting.
Okay, very well. I think for the sake of transparency, I would agree with Councilmember Hills that we should just be doing 1 because that's what we stated to the public that we're doing. And so is there any objection to just doing 1?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
No objection to the 1, but if we're going to do 1 vacancy, I prefer just to interview 4.
Okay. Is there any objection to is there any objection to just doing 1 vacancy at this time?
Mayor.
Councilmember Thomas.
I mean, I think at that point we should just look at 3 because I think that's what we've done in the past is about 3 people per vacancy that we intend to fill for civil service and for planning and zoning. So I think if we go on to 4 and we're only filling 1, then I wouldn't support that.
That's the first question done, and we'll go to that question. The first question is there objection to just filling 1 vacancy at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll do that. Now to the Murillo motion of interviewing the top 4. Is there objection to the Murillo motion of interviewing the top 4? Seeing none, then that's the direction that we'll go. Anything else, Katie, on that?
No, I can just announce that Desmond McNeil, Thomas Mays, Matthew Snyder, and Barbara Cleland are the top 4 that will be interviewed.
Correct. Okay, no report by the mayor, a report by council, Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. So NLC, the virtual summit is from the 15th to the 19th. So I'll give my transportation committee meeting update at the next council meeting. We have CML policy meeting on December 3rd. I'll have an update for there. CML, the board committee, then I'm executive board, December 10th. I'll have a update for that. The Reimagine, we're meeting on the 17th. I have a long report that I need to send to council. I'm not going to go through it. I'm just going to forward it to everybody, and you can read at your leisure and ask questions if you have any questions. As far as Pfizer is concerned, the House passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill Friday night. Staff sent a summary of the bill to council, prepared by our federal lobbyists, and staff will begin working with departments on the specific projects that will be eligible for funding and bring those back to the policy committee and to the full council for discussion. Both the House and the Senate are in recess this week. Speaker Pelosi has indicated the House will act on the reconciliation measure when it returns the week of November 15th, after which it will be heard in the Senate where it, but all but certain, will change, meaning the House would need to vote again. At the state legislature, the Affordable Housing Transformational Task Force will be meeting likely for the final time on November 10th. Representative Jackson from Aurora chairs that task force. The task force will hear the governor's office affordable housing priorities, along with an update from the Behavioral Health Task Force. The task force is responsible for making recommendations on how to use approximately $500 million in ARPA funds to be directed toward affordable housing. So, Mayor, that's all I have to report, and I'll have more reports as my committee meetings come up in the next month or 2.
Thank you, Councilmember Lawson. Councilmember Gruber?
No report.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Thank you. Several of us were able to attend the fire promotion ceremony, which was very large because they haven't had one because of COVID. And so that was really great to see everybody together and celebrating all of those achievements, and just a really great event. Always one of my favorite ones. And so a little nostalgic that it's my last one as a council member, but I will probably still show up anyway. I'll just have to sit in a different row moving forward. So really great. So congrats to everyone who was part of that ceremony.
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner?
Yeah, a couple of things. First, just echo what Councilmember Hilt said. Congratulations. I believe there were 40 Aurora Fire Rescue members that were promoted last Friday. So congratulations to all them for their promotions. Next, just want to point out that this Thursday is Veterans Day. So just thanks to all the veterans. Next, coming up on November 17th, the Thanksgiving dinner at the Aurora Day Resource Center. Hope to see some of my colleagues there serving dinner. And then that is it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Gruber? Did I reach out? Did I get you? I'm sorry.
Nothing to report.
Oh boy. Okay. Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share that to me and to Councilmember Coombs was able to attend the world premiere of the film called A Decent Home at the Denver Film Festival, and that was the documentary that was made based on the Denver Meadows Mobile Home Park. That and a documentary of other mobile homes throughout the country, and kind of the role that they play, and the similar circumstance that communities find themselves, mobile home communities find themselves being displaced all around the country. So it was a really emotional experience, kind of just reliving, the earlier years of my term on council, and I'm just glad that I had the opportunity to be there. It was really great to connect with some of the former residents. They were there to speak about their experiences. We had the organizers that from 9 to 5 that were there. Obviously the filmmaker. We had a community dinner after it all, and it was just really good to reconnect. And don't know how or where all the residents are, and not even all the residents know where their neighbors and friends and families ended up, but we're all still very hopeful that people will still keep pushing forward for affordable housing and different options. And it was just an emotional experience, but we're featured in a documentary, and not for the most positive of reasons. So just a shout out to A Decent Home Film Premiere.
Thank you. Councilmember Brosens.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to all of our veterans and all of our current military. I can't imagine what this country would be like without you. My father fought in World War II, and he left a lasting impression on me. And 19 years old, taken out of high school, and almost died on the beaches of Normandy. I appreciate you all, and I want to wish you a happy Veterans Day. And the city is having some celebration at the Paul Beck Center, but I'm not sure exactly when it is and exactly the time. So if you're interested in going, I would check the city website and see what the veteran events are in the city of Aurora. And while I'm at it, are we not having a tree lighting ceremony, the Christmas lighting ceremony this year outside? Who knows? I was looking at my calendar and I couldn't find anything on there.
I think we are. This is Councilor Phelps. I think there is one.
Okay. Could staff send that out, because it's probably coming up in just a few weeks. So thank you.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to give a shout out to Officer Saidi and all the other officers who showed up at Mountain View a couple of weekends ago to help collect and deliver clothing to help Afghan refugees who are fleeing Afghanistan and being resettled here in the United States. It was a great event, and I know that they were honored this Sunday at the church. Unfortunately, Representative Judah and I both got the dates mixed up, so we intended to be there, but we were not able to. But I just want to give Officer Saidi and all the others who showed up that day kudos for helping out. It was very successful, tons of clothing, and I'm excited that we're welcoming our new neighbors here. And I also want to just remind everybody that we are not having ward meetings until January, but we will be back at the Stampede at 6:30 on the second Thursday of January. And I also just want to thank my colleagues sincerely for supporting the rezone for the Habitat Project. I think it's going to change lives for our residents, and I'm very, very excited to see us actually supporting affordable housing. So thank you and have a good night.
Councilmember Coombs.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So for ward meetings, we are not having a December ward meeting, but starting in January, we will shift back to the third Tuesday as the day that we hold our meetings. That seems to work better than our attempt at going with the first Wednesdays this year for most folks. So We'll be doing the third Tuesday at 6 p.m., alternating between Central Rec Center starting in January, and then Heather Gardens will be February, and we'll just go back and forth throughout the year. And then I am in the process of trying to figure out some Saturday meetings as well, which I will keep folks posted on when I have better information about locations and dates of those. As far as boards and committees, Visit Aurora is having their annual meeting on the 18th at the Hyatt. And everyone, all of council, hopefully you will be able to attend. In addition, the Colorado Freedom Memorial will be holding their Luminarias event the 11th through the 13th in the evening for Veterans Day, and we'll be also having a light projection art exhibit along with the Luminarias event this year. For Mile High Behavioral Health Care, the organization did undergo some restructuring of the senior staff, which seems to be really effective and working well for the organization so far. And as Councilmember Gardner mentioned, on the 17th, there is actually both a lunch and a dinner for Thanksgiving at Comitas. So during the day, it'll be lunch for adults, and then in the evening, dinner for families. So we hope that, at the Aurora Day Resource Center. So hopefully folks can indeed attend and support that event. Also on the 17th at 5:15 to 6 p.m. is the Light of Dawn statue community celebration. So that'll be unveiling and demonstrating the changes that were made to the Dawn statue that was the Dawn Fountain and has been revamped to be more water-wise and have a light show within the fountain that is programmed. And then finally, Dr. Cog has an upcoming meeting, and I believe we'll be continuing to discuss the greenhouse gas rulemaking. And that is it for my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Report from E470, we approved a toll rate policy, which was basically, we had a reduction in rates. And if you remember, we froze the rates during the pandemic, but we were able to do a reduction slightly, and we'll be looking at further reductions as we look down the road based on traffic analysis. And then we also approved purchase of solar panels, and the 48th Avenue interchange was approved as well. For Mile High Flood District, basically went over the budget for the year and our capital improvement plan and adoption of some floodplain maps for different areas. Just want to mention that on Friday, I was able to attend the Aurora mental health tour with of the proposed campus for Aurora Mental Health with Governor Polis. So some of my colleagues were there as well. And that was a very interesting presentation. And then also Friday, the same day, we had the Southeast Rec Center topping out ceremony. So that was, of course, I was very excited about that. And got a tour of what they've accomplished so far. It's coming along very nicely, and it's just, when you see it in person, it's way different than on paper. It's just incredible. It's going to be a beautiful facility with wonderful views. So that was great. And then today, some of us were able to go to the Ridge, have a tour of the Ridgeview facility that is being considered for homeless housing, and Governor Polis was there as well. So I actually saw him twice in several days. My next town hall is November 17th, which is on Wednesday from 6 to 8 at the Police Training Center on Quincy. And topics will be conservation and just overall water policy, and then updates from me. And I'll also be serving food at the Thanksgiving lunch at the Day Resource Center on that same day. That's it.
Thank you. Just very quickly, there will be no Mayor Mike Live this Thursday that I normally do it because it's Veterans Day. And so staff is off. I did talked about domestic violence in Spanish language talk radio this morning at 11:50 a.m. Hablemos Hoy. And next week on my Monday segment, I'll be talking about challenges in our emergency dispatch center. With that, public invited to be heard.
We do not have anybody in the line.
Oh, very well. Meeting adjourned. Thanks, everybody.